I'm going to call this meeting to order. We're waiting for a few, but we're going to go ahead and welcome to the fourth meeting of the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Government Affairs. Thank you to everyone for joining us in person and online today. Our research policy assistant is going to call the roll today. So Ms. Anderson, go ahead when you're ready.
Senator Goycochea.
Here.
Senator Neal. Assemblywoman Brown May.
Here.
Assemblywoman Dickman. Vice Chair Flores. Assemblyman Matthews.
Here.
Assemblywoman Torres.
Here.
Chair Dondero Loop.
Here. Thank you very much, and please mark members present as they arrive. And before we get started, I'd like to review a few housekeeping rules. Meeting materials can be accessed on the committee's webpage as the Nevada Legislature's website. And anyone who would like to receive electronic notification of an access to the committee's agendas, minutes, and final report can do so by signing up on the legislature's website. There will be public comment period at the beginning and at the end of the meeting, with public comment limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Public comment may be provided in 4 different ways, all of which are listed on the agenda. Our next agenda item is public comment. To reach us by phone, please dial 669-900-6833, then enter the meeting ID 894-7577-6428, and then press pound. Staff will time each speaker during public comment to ensure everyone's given a fair opportunity to speak. You will be notified when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up at the 3-minute mark. An additional opportunity to make public comment will be available at the end of the meeting. So before we go to the phones, let's see if there's anybody in person here in Las Vegas. Not seeing anyone. Is there anyone present in Carson City to give public comment?
I don't see anybody coming forward, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator, for being my eyes up there. Now let's go to the phone. BPS staff, if you'll please add the first caller when you're ready.
Chair, the public line is open and working, but there are no callers.
All right, then, we'll go ahead and get started with agenda item number 3. We're now going to approve the minutes from the meeting held on March 15th. The draft minutes were made available to committee members and the public last week. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. A second?
Second, Senator Goycochea.
Second.
Thank you, Senator Goycochea. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any against, say nay. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Today we're going to receive updates from several of our local governments regarding their current and future budget situation and how they are expending funds provided under the American Rescue Plan. And so to begin with, we're going to hear from Clark County, and if you'll come to the table and begin when you're ready. That's okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Apologize for the delay, Madam Chair. Joanna Jacob, Government Affairs Manager for Clark County, and it's a pleasure to be before you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Flores, and members of the committee to see you once again during this interim. To my right is Chief Financial Officer Jessica Colvin, who will be assisting in this presentation today. We have a few slides to share with you. This is the outline of our presentation. So I'm in the introduction period right now. Ms. Colvin will cover our budget and the comparison to where we were in fiscal year 22. We'll then give you a brief overview of how we expended our CARES funds and our rental assistance funding, a portion of which is funded through ARPA, which was the committee's request. And then we'll give you an update on where we are overall with ARPA and our next steps. So I'll move over to Ms. Colvin now to go through our fiscal year 2023 budget.
Good morning. For the record, Jessica Colvin. This just gives you an illustration of the Clark County's general fund, operating revenues. The general fund is the operating fund of Clark County and contains the majority of discretionary revenue for the county, where the majority of county departments are funded. You'll notice that 42.4% is funded from intergovernmental revenue. That's consolidated tax revenue. So any type of impact to sales tax is going to impact this revenue, 42% of our revenue. Property taxes is the second largest component of general fund revenues at 35.5%, and followed by the third largest of licenses and permits at 15.9%. To give you a breakdown of those components of revenue from our FY22 budget to FY23 budget, we prepared this table by line item. One thing to note is you're going to see significant increases in licenses and permits and consolidated tax revenue from FY22 to FY23. The reason for this is that during FY22, when we were compiling this budget, it was during a time when we were still had COVID mitigations in place. We weren't completely open, and so we really weren't sure what that recovery was going to look like. So we were rather conservative when we built that FY22 budget. Now experiencing a much stronger recovery, thankfully, in FY22, that's now built into FY23. So you're seeing those large 20% increases looking budget to budget. So overall, the county's increase is expected to increase 15.2% in general fund revenues. Again, an illustration of the county's general fund expenditures by function in the general fund. You'll notice that 50.7% is dedicated to public safety. That's going to be our police department and detention or correction services, as well as our public safety departments. A total of $1.7 billion is forecasted or projected for fiscal year 23 in expenditures. Again, to give you that illustration of budget to budget, when you're looking at FY22 to FY23, we broke this table down by function. You'll see overall, again, a 15.1% increase in general fund expenditures. Just one anomaly, we have a footnote there for you to see that judicial looks like it's actually decreasing 26%. That's just a reporting in the budget. The 8th Judicial District Court is now going to be a separate agency and will be making contributions. And so you can see a large increase in other general expense.
I will move over to this slide. Madam Chair, Joanna Jacob, Government Affairs Manager for the record. We just wanted to give you a brief overview. We get a lot of questions about the federal funding that came into Clark County. Excuse me, I didn't realize I didn't have the microphone on. Joanna Jacob, Government Affairs Manager for the record. This is just a brief snapshot of our CARES dollars that we had previously. This is all of the $295 million that the county received in coronavirus relief funds were allocated within the time frame originally set by the U.S. Treasury. And this is a breakdown of just where we put these dollars. A broad category, 54% of the categories here was really in public health infrastructure, and then we had a large portion also going to support our community. So food assistance, eviction mitigation, rent and utility assistance. And this is a theme as we move on to into our ARPA funding requests. I did want to give you a brief snapshot. We also get a lot of questions about rental assistance funding. Clark County is administering both city funds that were generated in rental assistance, county funds, and a portion of the state's funding through our CHAP program, and that's because the county had invested in the infrastructure to administer that program. So we have a brief snapshot for you of where we are in the various rental assistance funding that has come in. This is an approximation of where we are because this dollar amount fluctuates daily. We are still actively putting out rental assistance into our community, and these slides were prepared last week. This does include ERA 1 and ERA 2. I know the committee is aware of this because this has been discussed, but these were tranches of funding that came to be allocated for rental assistance in ARPA. And you will see here that we are administering the state's portion. The initial, I'll just note here, there is a section here where we have county ERA 1. You will see that is 92% expended. Just for the committee's edification, we were 100% expended at that time, but then Clark County, because we had expended our funds, were able to recapture funds from other areas of the country where they had not spent their rental assistance funds because of the need that we have in our community, and that money was reallocated to Clark County. So we are spending down these funds as we continue to administer rental assistance. So a brief snapshot. Before you on this slide is our recommended allocation of our $440 million that the county received from ARPA. This is the allocation that was approved by our Board of County Commissioners last August that had to be reported to the U.S. Treasury at the end of August. And I wanted to talk to you about how we set these priorities. We contracted with a firm called Management Partners. I know many of you engaged with us when we were doing this last summer to help us with our community outreach in advance of submitting our plan. And we held several county commission meetings. Our commissioners held neighborhood meetings, and we did a community survey with approximately 3,200 responses from our community about what their priorities would be in really administering this one-time unprecedented funding that comes to our community. We also did a pre-application process, so we got an idea from our community partners about proposals that they would fund through ARPA, and that was hundreds of proposals that we received. And this is where the board actually decided to allocate their funds. As I noted in the CARES funding, our board has really set a priority to put the funding out into the community to areas where we see the most need. The largest share of this funding is dedicated to housing support. I will note we had set aside $44 million for revenue replacement in this light purple shade up here. That was originally set aside to take some of the Treasury funding, put it into our general fund to assist smaller nonprofit grants, which we allocated. Ms. Colvin will be going into more detail in the slides that follow here. But I will also note at the bottom, so you can see Clark County's revenue loss due to COVID-19 actually exceeded our total award of $440 million. When we calculated it under the Treasury guidelines, we were at $677 million through June 30th, 2021. That being said, this is the plan that we are following, and that has been set by our board with guidance and input from the community. And I'll move it over to Ms. Colvin, and she will explain, I guess, as we go in a little more detail about how we're allocating our ARPA funds.
Thank you. For the record, Jessica Colvin. As we moved through at the beginning, we were first awarded the American Rescue Plan Act funds. We were operating under an interim rule. Again, went through that community engagement phase, reviewed the applications. As we moved forward, we saw the final rule. We provided a variety of comments through NACO, GFOA, and these funds under the state and local fiscal recovery funds have many more restrictions than the CARES Act fund had. Also, it was going to be used for more long-term investments where we saw that we were going to have some time restrictions, having them obligated by December 31 of 2024 and spent by December 31, 2026. So with that, when we filed our last Treasury report, we actually claimed $374 million in revenue replacement, and we charged public safety costs. That's going to be our police and fire. So in fiscal year 2022, we will be transferring $374 million to the general fund, and that is going to create a one-time surplus in the general fund. That surplus is immediately going to be transferred back to a housing fund, which we will discuss later, to pursue the development of affordable housing, and to our COVID response fund. And so in the previous slide that Ms. Jacobs presented, we will still be pursuing those programs and funding those programs, but it's going to give us a little bit more time and flexibility in the execution of those programs and to our providers as well as our county departments and other government agencies. To date, it should be noted, though, we have $66 million obligated to date. This is primarily in our response efforts. And as we move on to the next slide, we can go through this phased approach that we took in allocating and awarding these ARPA dollars. With that community engagement, we identified several nonprofits who were smaller, haven't had a lot of experience with federal awards, really weren't going to be able to comply with the requirements under the Rescue Plan Act. And so we identified those programs that are $100,000 or less, serving immediate response needs in the community. Those were initially funded. Then we looked at phase 2. Again, these are response services, programs, over $100,000 that could be stood up in 90 days or less. We are just completing the award of phase 2 and now entering in phase 3A and 3B, where this is really going to be our investments in the recovery in this community. And so 3A being more programmatic, those are going to be investments in behavioral health, broadband, water, sewer, maybe capital improvements, and then 3B being those housing developments as well as workforce. And 3A, I should step back, 3A will also include workforce and job training. So to give you a summary, we did put this table together so you can see where we are to date. Phase 1, like I said, helping those nonprofits continue the good work that they're doing, but not having the strict requirements of the American Rescue Plan Act requirements. We funded 38 projects totaling $2.5 million, and we used that revenue replacement funds, that surplus that was in the general fund. Those programs are awarded and in progress. Phase 2, with our nonprofit community, we've awarded 45 projects totaling $34 million. These are under the final rule of the American Rescue Plan Act or the state and local fiscal recovery funds. Those programs are primarily related to response needs as a result of the pandemic. A lot of that's going to be food and shelter, behavioral health services. And then phase 2, even within our county departments, again, we have 7 programs internally that we funded under the final rule of the state and local fiscal recovery funds totaling $35 million. Again, those response programs are in progress and awarded. So that moves us into 3A, where we really get into this long-term recovery efforts. Phase 3A, again, we received 250 pre-applications totaling $1.9 billion. As I mentioned earlier, these applications will be scored. They were due last weekend. We are now going through compiling them. They'll be scored by 2 separate panels with a recommendation taken to the board for award and then funded, we anticipate, this fall. These projects will be funded through that revenue replacement mechanism, where it'll be that one-time general fund surplus coming through. And then phase 3B will be dedicated to the development of affordable housing. We've received 33 pre-applications. We've actually opened that application last week to all developers who are interested and nonprofit providers who are interested in applying. That application will close at the end of May, and then we anticipate anticipate scoring with an award and recommendation in mid to late fall next year. Again, those are going to be much more complicated types of projects with multiple sources of financing, and we think it'll take a little bit longer beyond that December 31, 2024 to obligate those fully for the development of affordable housing units.
So Joanna Jacob, Government Affairs Manager for the record. And I will note, if there are questions from the committee, particular to our housing programs, I do have Deputy County Manager Kevin Schiller here to assist with those questions from the committee. But I wanted to give you kind of a snapshot of the community housing fund that was announced last week. This is a long-term investment from the Board of County Commissioners that we've been working on this for a number of years, given the significant need that we have in our community for affordable housing stock. And this is what we announced last week. This community housing fund will be there to fund a number of measures that will help to address, or we hope to help to address, the development of affordable housing in our community. This includes some things that we've heard from our developers about providing gap financing to encourage them to be able to pencil out a deal on developing very low income units. We have specifically looked at down payment assistance programs. We are encouraging the land trust model that we're proposing is something designed to include a density bonus for senior housing and to create, hopefully, investing in preserving affordability and various other components. Really, with this initiative, we are trying to tackle this from multiple fronts. And this is something that when Ms. Colvin speaks about Phase 3B, this is where the investment of that funds is going to help. And we, like we said, we opened up the applications last week. That is available on our website. Be happy to, if any of the committee members would like more information, we do have our contact information at the end here. Please feel free to reach out to me. We can make sure that we get that information to you. We certainly would appreciate the assistance in getting the word out to our community and to developers. So come forward and to partner with the county in helping us to address affordable housing. I know you have a full agenda, Madam Chair, so I have our contact information there, and we'll see, we can open it up for questions there. Again, I do have Deputy County Manager Kevin Schiller here too, to back clean up if we need to and help us address questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm struggling to find a question for Mr. Schiller. I mean, it'd be a shame for him to come and not be put on the grill. Any questions from the committee here in Las Vegas? Vice Chair Flores, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the, and excuse me, I have really bad allergies. I promise everybody I am not sick. But I do appreciate the door opening up on the discussion for our housing crisis here in the state and in the county. Anecdotally, I've been hearing a lot of conversations in the community from all folk, every single side of the spectrum that you can imagine coming forth. And one of the things that we keep talking about is home rule and what we can do and can't do. I don't know if we can engage in that conversation a little bit now without, because this could be for several hours or days. But I am curious to see what the county's hearing and what some of the stuff that's been brought forth by some of our nonprofits and our stakeholders, where there's this concern of whether or not that's something the county can address, and it's really something that should be punted up to the legislature, and vice versa. I know we were in 2015 having conversations about home rule, and then afterwards Senator Ratty and a few other folk were putting a lot of these conversations on the table. So if we could engage in them slightly, I would appreciate it.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Through you to Vice Chair Flores. That is actually a very weighty topic, as you note. And we at Clark County have been hearing the same anecdotal evidence that you also are hearing. People who are struggling with rent increases that are not necessarily due to impacts from COVID-19. To address that, we have been maybe you may have monitored the conversations over the summer where we have several commissioners who have directed county staff to look at a program that we may be able to put in place, and we're calling it like a CHAP look-alike program, where we may be able to assist similar types of rental assistance. We certainly think that that is permissible under the Treasury guidelines, and what we could do with our ARPA funds. That program is under development right now and is largely under the board direction geared towards seniors. As you know, Vice Chair Flores, I know you probably have heard these stories as well. Our seniors are being particularly impacted. Those with kind of fixed income who are not able to shoulder a rent increase. We have been partnering, I will tell you, under the leadership of Deputy County Manager, we are trying to partner with the Apartment Association and with the landlords directly, because we think that any solution that we come up, whether it's from the legislature or from the county, needs to be made in collaboration with the landlords themselves. And we are doing a lot of work with the Apartment Association. It feels like never enough, to be honest with you. There's something called Operation Home that I know maybe Deputy County Manager Schiller can come up and tell me if I'm misspeaking, but this is something that we've tried to partner with landlords to develop and hold units there affordable for particular tenants that are particularly impacted by that. So we've tried to develop collaborations where we can while we are investigating whether what the answer is to your question about home rule. There's certainly feelings that and debate, I think, on whether it's there's state laws on landlord-tenant law, and then there's also kind of a expanded home rule that the legislature passed in 2015, and I will tell you we are looking at those options, but I cannot answer with definition today whether we have come out with an opinion on that right now. But we want to be part of that conversation regardless of where it's held, because the county is the largest social service provider, and we also are hearing those stories every day, like you are. I know those come my way from community providers, from legislators, and it seems like we're getting them every day. And we definitely want to work with you on whatever solution that we can come up with.
Can I do a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And obviously, there's so many moving parts and so many different conversations happening simultaneously. And so what I was curious to know, and it sounds like, and I just want to make sure that I am not putting words in your mouth, that at this time there hasn't been an official position that's been laid out. It's just a vetting process. We're not sure. We're not clear. But nothing official has been put out there as to X, Y, Z cannot be done because we feel our hands are tied.
Joanna Jacob, for the record, Government Affairs Manager for Clark County. I think I agree with that statement. Nothing official has been put out. We are looking at all options.
Thank you. And thank you both for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Anybody else here in Las Vegas? Carson City, any questions there? Assemblywoman or Senator?
No, I'm fine.
I can't,
Thank you,
I
Madam
can
Chair.
see. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Assemblywoman Torres, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And thank you so much for the presentation. It's great to see you both in person. I know we had the opportunity to work together throughout the legislative session, so it's great to see you again in this committee. And I had a specific question regarding the fiscal year budget for 2023 budgeted general fund expenditures. And I think it appeared again on a different slide. But I'm just wondering if I can get some clarification on what the difference is between the LVMPD detention and then public safety. I know that the public safety included, I think you mentioned police and fire. So I'm just wondering like how those overlap and how those two work together.
Thank you, Assembly Member Torres. I was just trying to navigate to the slide. I think you're referring to this slide on the budget 2023 general fund expenditures. And through you, Madam Chair, to Assemblywoman Torres, I'll have Ms. Colvin kind of explain the difference in those categories and take it from here.
For the record, Jessica Colvin, Chief Financial Officer for Clark County. The difference is on the slide number 3, or sorry, excuse me, slide number 6, we have LVMPD and detention. That truly is our police department and correction services. And then we have other public safety departments, and that's going to be our Department of Family Services, Juvenile Justice, as well as our fire department. And those are going to be the primary other public safety departments. So combined, they would total 50.7% of the general fund budget.
Okay, and how does the budget that we're looking at here in the fiscal year 2023 compare to that from like previous years? Because I know we're looking at this fiscal year, but it just is hard for me to kind of draw a comparison. Are we making the same investments, or have there been changes?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Assemblywoman Torres. I can have Ms. Colvin answer prior years. We did put this together so you can see the comparison to fiscal year 22, but that's immediately this immediate past year. So I can have Ms. Colvin maybe give her thoughts on how we compare to other previous years.
If you looked at, for the record, Jessica Colvin, if you look back to FY 20, FY 19, the pre-pandemic years, we were experiencing approximately, on average, 6% growth in revenue, and our expenditures were growing accordingly. With in FY 21 and the pandemic, we immediately put in cost containment measures that we had in place during the recession. All of those cost containment measures have been removed. We're back to where we would have been previously as far as expenditures. Where we are not growing as quickly is that limitation in our revenue growth where we've missed out. So we've been limited on adding additional resources in the form of supplemental positions as a result of the pandemic.
Thank you. Just one more follow-up, if I may. This is kind of on a separate issue. So I'm looking specifically at the Board of County Commissioners' recommended allocation of the $440 million award on slide 11. And just the education assistance, if you could talk to us a little bit about what that education assistance looked like, who it's specifically serving, like what student population I was interested in as well.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Dondera Loop, to Assembly Member Torres. I can maybe see if Ms. Colvin can kind of give you more details about education assistance and the projects that we've seen submitted or our plans in that category.
For the record, Jessica Colvin. During the pre-application process, we received a variety of applications for programs such as tutoring, additional after-school programs, including additional pre-K investments. Those were the primary applications that we received, but we put the application out there for additional nonprofit providers to be able to apply for additional programs that they have, that they see that there's a need for, especially 1 to 2 years following the pandemic and the closures that were in place or the reduced school hours.
Additional questions? So I have one to follow up on the Assemblywoman. So are all these education assistance applications nonprofits?
Thank you, Chair Dondera Loop. I'll put this to Ms. Colvin to answer.
For the record, Jessica Colvin. All of the applicants were nonprofits or government agencies, but I don't recall a government agency applying for a program for education assistance. Those applications have now just closed, so we'll be evaluating them. So I can't speak to who applied or what types of programs. Probably 30 days from now, we'll have a better idea of that.
And so to follow up on that, that was my next question. I noticed in your timeline, it said the applications closed April 30th, and they would be decided on this summer. Is there a firm date this summer, or is it?
Thank you, Chair Dondera Loop. Joanna Jacob for the record. I think we anticipated this summer. I know Ms. Colvin has said perhaps early fall. We are evaluating those applications right now. I don't know if she has an update further on the timeline.
Yes, Jessica Colvin for the record. It's anticipated that we will score those applications over this month and coming back in early part of July with a recommendation to the board, and then going through that award and contract process with contracts awarded in early fall of 2022.
Okay, thank you. I was, in my mind, I was thinking, if across the board for anyone who's made applications, if they don't have some structure when school starts and you push it out to the fall, then, we're into 2 months, we could be 3 months of school that we've lost with students again. So I would suggest that maybe we, consider that within the timeline so that they can do that work so that they're not again behind. So, thank you. Senator Neal, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair. So I had a question on the job training assistance on this slide. So I'm trying to understand, where have you guys spent your dollars? Because I know within COVID, and even now, right, there's been a conversation around upscaling, right, taking people from their existing skill to a new skill so they can get into the market that may be available, number one. Who are your, I'm assuming your partners are like Workforce Connections and others, but I'm wondering how many people have come through the job assistance training, the different categories in which they've been served, and what has been the actual success. Because the data shows, specifically in my district, and I'll name out the zip codes, 030, 032, 115, and 89106, that the largest number of people who are underemployed happen to be women, and women with children, and women of color. They're falling within that roughly around 13%. And this is what COVID data has told us. This is the data that I received from Dieter over a period of 6 months. We dug in from December to pretty much, I would say, last month. And so I'm wondering, how have you targeted? What are you doing in space?
Thank you. Through you, Senator, our Chair, Dondera Loop, Joanna Jacob, for the record. Good morning, Senator Neal. I wanted to let you know, the board prioritized and I know I'll just give you kind of an overview of what I said when we presented this slide. The board has prioritized trying to use this funding to target communities that have been disproportionately impacted. So we are also aware, I wrote down the zip codes that you listed off for me, and I can have Ms. Colvin speak to how we have worked this into the scoring of these applications. We have put in factors related to historic work with underrepresented communities or partners who have demonstrated policies towards diversity initiatives who are going to actually assist those communities, and that has been something that we did through collaboration when we did our outreach program. The job assistance training, and I'll have Ms. Colvin correct me if I misspeak, but I think those applications are coming, that we are going to have those applications come in through, there's a next slide, which I'll just put over here. We had talked about our phases here. Of our applications, and I believe that the job assistance training is coming in the long-term recovery investments. So I don't know if Ms. Colvin can give you more details about how we are scoring and prioritizing those funds.
Yes, for the record, Jessica Colvin. Yes, Ms. Jacobs, correct. The workforce training and development was included in our phase 3. Those applications would have just closed last week, and we'll begin scoring them this month, again, with a recommendation end of June, mid-July timeframe. In the scoring criteria, we have provided additional weight for any program that affects those that are disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. So those types of services to that population should rise rise to the top to provide services to the most vulnerable population.
Madam Chair, can I have a quick follow-up?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm hearing what you're saying, but I guess what I need to know are a couple things. Who are the partners that applied? And then 2, what is the alignment in which they're working for the job assistance, right? Because we have these categories in which we focus on and we target for work, right? But then that may not be the target or the industries in which individuals may be able to work. So how are we meeting that mid-gap need of the individuals who may not even be in that training or eligible for that training? So I'll give you an example. I'm going to give you like a really clear example. So I have individuals that I know are interested in EMT training, right? However, they can't do it on the WIOA side unless they're super, super poor. They don't have a job. But if they have a job and they're trying to upscale, they're not eligible for the program. They have to quit their job in order to be eligible for the program. On the other side, if they walk through, and this is no, stain on CSN, but if they walk through CSN and try to use another set of funding, then the credit side of the school then determines those courses and those classes. So an individual walks through not just one door, but 2 doors just to get the training, just to get the job to ultimately be a firefighter, right? So I'm trying to figure out, how are you making this simpler within this RFP that you guys put out and the funding partners when we know that their individuals have an immediate need in order to either make more money now or make more money within the next 4 months? What's the deviation? Are you guys doing an innovation on the process as the county, being that you guys are the largest social service group out there?
Okay, through you, Chair Dondero Loop, to Senator Neal, I'm going to try and tackle that question, which had multiple facets to it. Thinking about what you said, you had asked if we were partnering with Workforce Connections, and I did not address that in my previous response. We do partner with Workforce Connections quite substantially, and when we were working last summer to get proposals from the community, we partnered with them specifically. Not only did we do public meetings, but we did other meetings with our community partners like Workforce Connections to try and figure out how to allocate these funds. Part of what we need to do, and I know that you know this, is that we have certain buckets that can be permitted in the Treasury guidelines. So this is something that I know that we have tried to structure. We have to stay in those parameters. When you speak to innovations and whether we're innovating the process, what we have done really, and I don't know if you were here for this, is we have tried to innovate in the sense that by taking the funds out of the U.S. Treasury guidelines and putting them into our general fund, we can partner with nonprofits who might not have had experience with administering federal funds and that type of thing. We can give some flexibility there while still doing oversight. That's not meaning that we're not going to give oversight and accountability and those things, but we have some flexibility in the people with whom we can partner under this approach. I don't know if I can speak specifically to EMT training. That is a need that we have in our area, and I don't know if Ms. Colvin wants to speak to the job assistance programs. We have said earlier that those applications just closed. I don't know if we're in a position to tell you right now about who applied, because we are reviewing those applications right now. That will go to the board this summer and be publicly reported. And then if there is a need that you specifically see, we can certainly remain open to work with you on that particular need, because even outside the ARPA funding, there are opportunities that we can take. And I see Deputy County Manager Schiller coming to the table. Maybe he can speak to some additional ideas.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, to the Senator. No stranger to you on the pandemic, so I want to intro a couple things. One is to answer the question. Joanna's kind of spoken to the fact that applications are in process and we're looking at our partners. I'm going to add a third layer to that, which is triage. So the issue of where we currently sit is I'm going to give you the formula for success, and I guess I say success moderately. Workforce and housing are the two big bangs for the buck, right? So housing has been, for the last 2.5 years, the absolute crisis. And I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but that housing component is worse today than it was a year ago, and it will get worse before we hit that session in January. And why I say that to you on workforce is, as the applications are scored and we look at what those vendors have proposed, I think the two pieces I would emphasize is you can't speak about workforce without speaking about childcare. And you can't speak about workforce without speaking about housing. And you can't speak to either of those without getting through how do we simplify. What you're really asking is how do we simplify the bureaucracy to assist and get dollars to the client. So from my perspective, I think one of the things we're really trying to do, and I credit our board and our partners here to really look at, and also partners with the state, if it's workforce connections, if it's fit, any of those individuals that have applied and we're working with, the piece we really have to approach it in is back to that basic formula of, okay, do I have housing and am I triaging that? So my emergency housing has become transitional housing, and if not long-term housing over the last 6 to 9 months. To your point, there's people out there working and pounding the pavement, and they want to change careers. They want to increase what that revenue component is. And so I think one of the things we're trying to do by taking the handcuffs off those dollars when we reverted that to the general fund, whether that's the community housing fund and allowing to be to be flexible, the other piece it's allowing us to do is to that population. Okay, so we talk about, and Senator Neal, you know this, like you've contacted me with clients where you say, where do we place them? Family at Circus, we place them. That's one population. But your question's really gearing towards that population that may be housed, and they're just trying to figure out how do I make the pieces of the puzzle fit. That's where I think that flexibility with our vendors is going to allow us to say, let us help you with your child care. Let us take dollars out of another social service fund to support you while you increase what your vocational capacity is going to look like. The problem is we're in such an emergency crisis in terms of the housing. Getting that messaging to those multiple layers is one of the challenges. And I think to your point, the zip code you listed, then we also have to be creative on how we market it. Because I think there's also a trust issue there in terms of how do I know that I'm going to get those services and how do I manage that? And I say that, it's kind of a long answer to your question, but I really think it's important because we're trying to take all those dollars, federal included, but as you know, those federal dollars become much more handcuffed so that we can create the flexibility. So my hope is when those vendors are speaking to us, we're going to be able to, quote unquote, negotiate some of those proposals to kind of address that. But then maybe in this other category, I'm going to be working on other social service funds to assist them in how do I stipend that? How do I keep them in housing? How do they get them into a more permanent setting where they're system free?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, I know I normally beat up on just about anybody. However, you guys have done significant work. I mean, when I've called you to triage like some serious issues, Kevin has jumped right in. And when I say it's a snowball problem, it's like it's a snowball problem. And they go in and they fix it. I'm so aware of the work and the level of consistency that you guys bring forward. But just keep me in the loop. I will always partner, figure it out. I literally got a text on Mother's Day about how can they access services at the county and where could they go. And so I know what you guys do, but while you're pivoting, right, and doing this transition of dollars to unhandcuffed to, it's like, help me to navigate so that when I send someone your way, I know what I'm telling them to ask for now that we're shifting.
And I just want to add one more comment through the chair. I think the piece that's difficult, and I think I'll use the word pivot because I think it's a good way to explain it. we want to be able to sustain whatever we build. So as I approach the ARPA funds and where people are applying, there's a one-time component to that over that period of time. So the sustainability is critical, and I just want to apply it to another standard. I think to Vice Chair Flores' question on rental assistance or how we manage that, controls and affordability, same conversation. I think as a jurisdiction, we could implement, for lack of a better term, some level of control and affordability about rents, right? But it's a statewide issue in terms of affordable housing. It's a statewide issue in terms of how we address it and work with landlords in that world. I think your piece, Senator Neal, is tied into that because we're trying to be creative with the eviction court. We're trying to figure out how we enter into the eviction court sooner and process those things. On your workforce question, I think one of the pieces is we want to be behind that scene. It's like, you know me, but on the same token, I can't be the person that's communicating that service out within that high need area. So I think the other piece is, and I'm just going to throw it out here, is how do we market it? How do we message it? How do we control that messaging so that it, and I say this lightly, it's not coming necessarily from the government entity from the perspective of where the client is interfacing. And I think that's the piece, why I said the triage is so important is that getting somebody housed, you may not think a roadway in is suitable housing, but to that family it is. And then I think the issue we struggle with is how do I get that mom or that dad that may have been employed in a hospitality job and they're not, retrained back out into our system. So I think, keeping you in the loop is clear. We will be, but I also think, I will be honest, we're pivoting pretty much weekly saying, do we try this? Do we try this? And that application process has actually been pretty interesting in terms of what proposals have come forward. And now we do have some ability to negotiate within that just because of how we're using those dollars. So.
Thank you very much. And I think we have one more question from Assemblywoman Torres. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. And thank you both, because I know that you all have been on the front ends of making sure that we're servicing our community. I've reached out to you many times to find out how we can help specific constituents or community members that have reached out. But I think that the fact of the matter is that it's so difficult to navigate the county. I mean, even if I were to try to figure out how to help a student or their family, I wouldn't know who to contact. And that's a problem. Not only am I educated, not only is English my first language, not only am I an elected official, but I wouldn't know where to go or who to contact. And so I feel like there has to be a better way of how we approach this, because people are often confused. They don't know where they can get help, and they don't know about the great services that the county does have to offer or where they can go to get them. And so I just feel like it's not just the marketing component of it. It's it's the fact that there's all these offices in this big building, and if you just walk into that building, you're going to get lost and you're not going to know where to go. And if I were to search on the Clark County website, it's no easier to navigate. I mean, we know that even just from filing time when we're trying to find where is that page again. So we have to figure out how to make the county and local government more accessible to the community. And I think we're making advances in the right direction. I think you did some of that with the housing program and kind of consolidating that program. But I think we have to see more of that in the future.
Madam Chair, I would just like to acknowledge the question from Assemblywoman Torres. I know I work for the county, and I know that as representative of the county, it is hard to explain how big the county is and our various programs and to do it justice, right? We have had, and I'll say this, your point is well taken. I know it's overwhelming, and I know too that our board has really given direction to our departments to try and go out and kind of take it to the street of where we can do. Recently, our board had asked our Department of Family Services to go out and try and engage with the community more from that perspective, to know that it's a resource and to know and to be visible in the community. So we are constantly looking for ways to promote and to make that programs and the programs that we do offer accessible. So we have made some innovations in the sense that we've put some additional staff on board to look at this and from a strategic sense. So if you have ideas, I know you know how to contact me. I can take input if there are challenges in accessing information or it's not able to be found in Clark County, or there are particular barriers that you see. I'm happy to take that input and bring it back to our manager, because I know that this is one of her priorities as well.
Thank you very much. And with that, I don't think we have any additional questions. I thank you so much for all this information. I'm sure there may be some follow-up offline, but thank you very much for being here today. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And with that, we are going to go up to Carson City for Lyon County. And Assemblywoman and Senator, you'll have to be my eyes and ears up there when they're ready.
Ready, sir.
We're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Page. Mr. Page, go ahead, please. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Page. I'm the county manager for Lyon County, Nevada, right next door here to Carson City. Lyon County, as most of you know, I started with the county in 1985. We had a population of barely 13,000 people, and today we're pushing 60,000 people. I provided you with some basic information about the county so everybody understands the complexities of a county that does not have a centralized community. I have 8 separate communities within my county, then they all want services their way. So you can see in this slide where we are with population as of the last census, and the increases we've had in the last 10 years. The 10 years prior to that, we had a 50.4% growth rate from 2000 to 2010. So we continue to grow as a county, and we also continue to grow with challenges. To say that I'm a rural county it isn't quite true anymore. We refer ourselves, we're rural and everybody else is frontier, or we're suburban and Washoe and Clark are urban, and the rest are rural. But we are no longer a small county. I give you just some basic numbers so you see the services we provide throughout the county, and unlike Carson or Douglas or Churchill who surround me, I have at least 4 of everything: 4 substations, 5 libraries, 4 human services offices for people to get services, because our county is so spread out over 2,100 square miles. Similar to what Nye County and Elko County deal with on a little bit smaller scale, if you will. One of the things I think is important when we start talking about the budget, when you look at our public safety numbers, Lyon County as a government does not provide fire protection. It is done by 4 separate 474 fire protection districts with their own tax rate and their own governing board. So we have 0 authority or say or jurisdiction over the fire protection districts, and they are not part of our budget. It's both a blessing and a curse depending on the situation. We run 3 utility general improvement districts, dealing with water and sewer in one, water in another, and sewer in another. And then 3 justice courts, again, one in Yerington, one in Dayton, one in Fernley, to deal with the court issues, 3 district attorney substations, 2 offices for community development, break down our roads, those kinds of issues. So we have expanded greatly over the last decade, with about the same amount of employees that we had 10 years ago. Actually less employees than we had 10 years ago. So for fiscal year 2023, I provided on the left-hand side where we are with our projected revenue coming in, and on the right-hand side, what our expenditures are budgeted for. We will see a change to the judicial of about another 150 to 200,000. That'll be moved from tentative budget to final budget, as we're working on another capital murder case in Lyon County right now, and so we're budgeting for that. When we did the tentative budget, we weren't. The suspect had not been apprehended as of yet, so now that he's in custody, we are budgeting for that for the next several years to deal with that capital case. When you look at our overall budget, you'll notice that in Public Works we have $0 because our Public Works is strictly road department, which is funded out of 3 separate funds in a different section of the overall budget. In our health, the majority of that funding goes to state contracts. Our welfare, the majority of that is coming in with grant dollars and some tax rate. So a little bit of history. I provided you a number of bar graphs that my comptroller put together for us for budget process. You'll notice that over the last 10 or so years that we've increased our assessed valuation. The first graph is the actual increases. The second graph on the bottom shows you the percentage up or down. And the next is all governmental funds, our property taxes coming in, followed up with with our general fund property tax, just for the general fund itself. Since 2014, it has increased so over the years from $8 million to about $12, $13 million this year. We continue to see those increases as we grow. When I first became the county manager, we were pretty much an agricultural-based economy. We have diversified our economy with ag, mining, as well as manufacturing and potentially some data center operations coming in. So we're continuing to move. But it's important to recognize that even with 60,000 population, the majority of my population is either A, retired, or B, commutes to Carson, Reno, or Fallon for employment. So we are, or Story County for employment. So we are still working on building that infrastructure and getting those businesses in place so that the people that reside in Lyon County can actually be employed in Lyon County. Consolidated tax makes up 47% of our budget. This year, the board made the decision after last year and this year getting notification from the Department of Taxation that we meet the requirements to no longer be a guaranteed county. We asked to be removed from guaranteed status. So this next fiscal year, we will no longer be on guaranteed status for consolidated tax. Never thought Lyon County would get to that point in time, but here we are doing well. Part of the increase in consolidated tax for the last 2 years, to be quite honest with you, deals with sales tax coming from internet sales. During COVID, when we had lockdown, we did not have the same experience that Clark County had in regards to loss of revenues. I believe my wife herself was a large contributor to our sales tax increase, as UPS and FedEx have a distribution center in my driveway every day. And we saw that increase greatly throughout the county with people shopping online versus being able to go to the store. When you live out in further away you live from urbanized areas where you have the niceties of big box stores, the more we see people in the county purchasing online and being delivered. So Fernley and Dayton, maybe not as much, but Silver Springs, Yerington, Smith Valley, you see a significant increase in internet sales coming into the valley. When I first started with the county, the UPS guy came to Yerington once or twice a week. There's now 3 UPS guys in Yerington every single day. So things have definitely increased in that aspect. And the next slide just shows you where we are with our, where we are with our consolidated and property tax combined, and how we've increased there. Now, to say that we've had these increases and that we don't have any budgetary issues is not a correct statement, because for a variety of reasons. Last session, this legislature had determined to address bail hearings, and actually through the court system, as well as changes to criminal justice reform. And we are very pleased the legislature was willing to work with us and not mandate a 24-hour, but work with a 48-hour. We have sat down with all 3 courts, the DA, the public defenders, the sheriff's office, and July 1st we'll be going to 7-day-a-week bail hearings. That included having to bring on additional staffing for pretrial services, as well as additional staffing for the sheriff in his detention center, basically clerical staff to assist with that process. We expect that once that process gets in place, that we may have to add additional staffing to make it function. But our goal is to get people in. If they get arrested today, that within 48 hours, hopefully within 24 hours, they're getting a bail hearing and being properly addressed and dealt with. Our concern from that perspective is ensuring that all 3 of our courts and our 2 municipal courts work nicely with each other to ensure that we can get this taken care of. So far, we have an agreement from all the judges that are going to take turns doing weekends and those kinds of things, weekends and holidays, but we'll see how that moves forward in the future. Our ARPA allocations, which is a lot of people have had some significant challenges with ARPA in that many members in the public viewed it as it's time for us to get our fair share and do all kinds of fun pet projects. So initially with ARPA, the first page, you will see we spent about $6.2 million dealing with utility issues, water and sewer, because that was the first guidance that came out was broadband, water, sewer, and PPE type stuff. And so we hit that right off the start with addressing some of those issues in our 3 GIDs or enterprise funds to address some of those water sewer issues. And then the guidance began to change and provide for all government operations. So the last page of ARPA funding, this list was awarded or decided a few weeks ago in a county commission meeting. Since then, we've notified the board that we have some serious concerns with what they've approved or allocated, clear over on the right-hand side of that document, and that some of the things they have approved cannot be done in the timeline that ARPA is going to exist because they did not fully fund something. So my board has requested a special workshop to be done on the 23rd of May to address those issues and those shortfalls and how we're going to come up with the funding. We, as I stated before, we don't provide fire or EMS, but the fire and EMS departments came to us and said, hey, COVID hit us really hard on the EMS front. We need to replace some ambulances. What can you do to help us? So we provided funding for that. I don't anticipate that changing, but we did have some challenges with Supreme Court decision in regards to jury trials. I have a court in Dayton that's 120 years old. In order for me to retrofit that building to put a jury box in is going to cost me twice what it would cost if we were not in a historic district, not a historic building. So we are in the process of designing a government center in Dayton, centralized government center. I'm using capital improvement funding, no funding coming from ARPA, to build a new courthouse, sheriff's station, human services offices, get us out of old antiquated buildings or get us out of multiple year leases where we actually own the building that they're in and have a one-stop shop for the public in Dayton so they don't have to drive all over Dayton to pay their water bill, get a fire permit, and go to court. But we wanted to do the same thing in Fernley. Again, a bit of a challenge in Fernley in that building was built well, before I went to work for the county, so it was built before 1985. So trying to get it set up for jury trials. So we determined that the cost was going to be about $4 million. The board decided to fund about $1.8 million of it. So they're going to have to go through this list again and figure out how we're going to make those ends meet, and then where we're going to get funding to take care of some of the other things. Some of the interesting things that the board did do is provide the Boys and Girls Club of Mason Valley with funding for a daycare center in Mason Valley, Smith Valley. Daycare, child care is very difficult to get. So the board has decided some time ago that there's some things that government should not be involved in, and child care is one of them. They have no problem with funding the building, but hiring staff and maintaining a child care center is costly, one. And two, we don't always get the best bang for our buck, so we're working hand in hand with the Boys and Girls Club. Similarly, with the city of Fernley, we're providing them funding for their community center, which, to be quite honest with you, will be managed and maintained by the Truckee Meadows Boys and Girls Club for their operation that they provide in Fernley. So we have two different units of Boys and Girls Club in Lyon County. Mason Valley takes care of Dayton, Silver Springs, Yerington, and Mineral County, and then Truckee Meadows has Fernley. So we're working to provide a place for our kids to go after school and during the summer, as well as to address child care issues in the south end of the county. The Dayton Conservation District, providing them funding to do river cleanup and flood control issues on the Carson River that goes through Dayton. Carson River is a little problematic in that it's always expensive to do something on the Carson River because it's a Superfund site. I'm the proud owner of 2 Superfund sites. It's always fun to deal with those issues, and everything we do in those Superfund sites is more expensive. We also provided some funding to our fair and rodeo grounds so that we can get some of those antiquated example, the bucking chutes, get those replaced and taken care of. They haven't been addressed in 40 years. Yerington is still a very agricultural community. A number of events occur there throughout the year. In fact, it's booked from now until August. But specifically to the rodeo grounds, besides the annual rodeo in Yerington for the county rodeo, Yerington High School Rodeo Club and other youth organizations utilize those grounds on a regular basis. And so we're trying to get some of those issues taken care of and addressed. In Smith Valley, which is one of the smallest communities we have a small tennis court park out there. It's in bad shape as far as the pavement and those kinds of things go, so we're trying to get that fixed so we don't have people falling down or tripping, and adding more to that so that the kids have someplace to go to play basketball, play tennis, and do those kinds of things. There was a number of things we didn't fund. Either they did not meet the requirements of ARPA funding, or the board decided at this point in time we'll do other things. We'll find other ways to fund it. For example, the cemetery in Silver City is full, and so they need to expand. So we're looking at other avenues of either through some private donations that have offered some help, as well as some grant funding to assist those folks and not utilize ARPA funding for that. And with that, I'll entertain any questions you may have or any comments you have for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Page. Any questions from the committee? Senator Neal, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to follow up on and correct me if I'm wrong, you mentioned $6.2 million that you spent on utility issues. What specifically were those issues? And then I have a second question.
So I have, as I stated before, I have 3 utilities. One of them is an enterprise fund, which is the Dayton Utilities, which is the largest utility that we have. NDEP, Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, has had strengthened regulations. We had to increase our volume at our treatment facility to meet the requirements for NDEP, including building a new rapid infiltration basin. We went out to bond. We raised rates 5% a year for 5 years. That's always a real popular thing. And we still ran short because of the cost of getting supplies. Right now, the supplier for pipe will not give our contractors more than a week guarantee on prices. So we put additional funding into that project. In the Willow Creek GID, which is a small sewer operation in the south end of the county, we replaced some aerators and that kind of equipment that were a desperate need. Odors were becoming an issue, those types of problems. And then within the Silver Springs GID, same thing, just improving equipment and addressing odor issues, getting those things taken care of. Both the GIDs were small dollar amounts. The majority of that money went to the Dayton Utilities for the rapid infiltration basin and piping to get the effluent there.
Madam Chair, second question. So on the child care funding, you mentioned you guys are trying to, I guess, use the Boys and Girls Club for after school. And it sounded like these are kids that are at least, elementary age or, I guess, middle school, high school. So it looks like you have $500,000 on the budget for indigent care, behavioral health, and child care. So how are you dealing with the younger children that may need work, right? Because one of the things that you mentioned was that you're trying to align some of your economic development so that the actual residents work in Lyon versus commuting to the other places. So what do you guys have in place regarding infants and smaller children parents that may need child care? And I do recognize your statement that you have an aging population, but I thought what I understood, you have an aging population and then you have a young population. So it's this gap.
Madam Chair, through you. So yes, that is part of the funding going to the Boys and Girls Club, is so that they can build a facility in Yerington, use the funding to assist with other funding they have coming in to build a child care facility within Yerington. They provide child care for infants to preschool now in their clubs within Lyon County. I can't speak to what they do in Mineral County because I'm not aware. And they continue to provide that service. So we've partnered with them. To be quite honest with you, we've partnered with them since the Great Recession, when we laid off all of our part-time after-school program activities, and they took that over for us. We've had a strong partnership with them for a good number of years. We provide them access to our properties for their annual fundraiser, Night in the Country, which brings about 15,000 people to Yerington. For a 4-day weekend of country music. We provide them that services, that ground for no charge, and they pay us nominal rate to assist us with security. In exchange, they're providing the services that we used to provide more than a decade ago for after-school, childcare, those types of things, that, to be quite honest with you, we did not do a good job of. We could not pay well, we could not find the employees, and we struggled still to this day because for us, they would be part-time employees. For the Boys and Girls Club, they're full-time employees.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Flores, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the presentation. I was curious to engage a little bit in the conversation of food insecurity. Primarily, obviously, during the pandemic, we saw how hard, many of our communities were hit. And I noticed that in one of the in the slides where we're talking about what we needed but wasn't allocated was that food pantry. And I wonder if that's because you partnered up with some of the nonprofits, or you realized that you could fulfill that obligation through perhaps a different mechanism. So I was curious to understand that. And then also, if we could talk a little bit about the involvement of our tribes and how they kind of played into all these conversations and collaborating, working together. If you could provide some insight as to that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, through you. So on the first point, in regards to the food pantry, their initial request early on was to enlarge and remodel a facility they had in Dayton. Then they lost the site that they had in Silver Springs and came to us for the purchase of property. The ARPA funding requirements did not allow us to purchase property. We could have bought a building, but they were just going to buy bare land and then move their facility, their modular facility to that, and the ARPA funding did not provide for that. Since then, my staff has worked with them to identify a couple of commercial buildings in the Silver Springs area that will meet their needs. The challenge is we have to make sure that it addresses traffic, because like most of central Lyon County, you're either impacting Highway 50 or impacting 95A when you line up 600 cars for Food Pantry Day. So we needed to ensure that we had a place for them that we could address the traffic safety issue. And we believe we have found that, and they are now working with us to address how they're going to pay for lease and those kinds of issues. So we didn't leave them just sorry, thanks, but no thanks. We are still, both my community development director and my human services director are working with them to get their location in place and get them up and operational by the end of June to go from where they are to the new phase. So that's why they were not funded, because they were looking to purchase bare land and build a building, and the ARPA funding did not allow for that to occur. And I'm sorry, I forgot the second question.
Thank you for that. The second part of the question was just the relationship with the tribes and working with them, and if you could just give us some insight as to that. Thank you.
Well, I'll be quite honest with you. I have two tribes that are now within Lyon County. The Yerington Paiute tribe, which is in Mason Valley, and then the Walker River Paiute tribe, which is in Schurz, which is actually in Mineral County, but they have, over the years, acquired other properties that bring them into Lyon County. We've had some pretty decent dialogue with the Walker River Paiute tribe on a variety of issues over the years. The Yerington Paiute tribe has been a little more challenging for us to get that communication. Until recently, they elected a new chair, and we're beginning those conversations from the perspective on a public lands bill that we're working on right now has kind of opened the door for more communication. They have not made a request for anything. When we did the public hearings in regards to people's requests. We notified everybody through media, electronic media as well, or social media as well as electronic media. Here's the process you go through to apply for ARPA fundings. Fill out this form, send it to us, and you'll have 10 minutes to your presentation. Neither tribe provided us with anything that they requested from us.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for those questions. I think I'll jump up to Carson City. Senator Gokachia, Assemblywoman Dickman, any questions?
No, ma'am, thank you.
This is Senator Gokachia, and I think one thing that we don't want to let it escape, and Mr. Page opened with it, you have to understand we're dealing with, even though in this case, almost 60,000 people, but technically being provided for out of 3 different communities. And that truly is, I understand Lyon County, and I know how it functions. And then the other thing that Jeff opened with, you have to understand this is a county that, because of a capital murder case, is now going to have to open up its budget and augment the budget. I mean, if that happened in some of these other jurisdictions, Washoe or Clark, you guys would have the budget open 3 times a day. So the bottom line is we don't want to lose fact of it. It costs a lot of money to provide it, and in 4 different jurisdictions, Lyon County is somewhat unique, even more so than Elko and some of the others, because they are truly different communities between Silver Springs, Fernley, Yerington, and Dayton. And I sympathize, Mr. Page. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. I hope we don't have to open it 3 times a day. Any additional questions, Assemblywoman Dickman?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions here? Okay, thank you, Mr. Page, and thank you for that overview. I, too, on a very different scale, understand Lyon County and the challenges it has being so spread out and the different areas of population. So I have driven every square inch of it, I think. So thank you very much for being here, and we appreciate your time.
We thank you.
And with that, we will go to Washoe County. So please come to the table. When you're ready, let us know.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. I'm ready if you're ready for me.
Please go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. Jamie Rodriguez, Government Affairs Manager for Washoe County. Also on Zoom is our Budget Manager, Lori Cook, to help address any fiscal questions that the committee may have. So for starters, we do have a 5-member board. Our current chair is Commissioner Hartung. Our vice chair is Commissioner Hill. Commissioners Lucy, Jung, and Herman, our remaining members, are all up for election this cycle, actually. And Commissioner Jung has been termed out. So at the start of the new year, we will have at least 1 new commissioner. This is our county leadership. It includes County Manager Eric Brown, our Assistant County Managers Dave Solaro and Kate Thomas, our Chief Financial Officer Christine Vuletich, Assistant to the County Manager Eric Wilrich, Communications Director Nancy Lewinhagen, and our Security Administrator Ben West. Washoe County consists of 6,542 square miles. Our population, along with many others in Nevada, does continue to grow. We have a current population of 493,000 people. Our full-time employees has continued to increase so that we can continue to provide services to all of those residents. We consist of 28 different departments. Washoe County, you have here a map of Washoe County. The bulk of our population does exist within the lower region of Washoe County, which includes the city of Reno and the city of Sparks, as well as the unincorporated areas around those two cities. Other jurisdictions within Washoe County are listed here. We have obviously the city of Reno and city of Sparks. You're hearing from them today. The school district, as well as several GIDs and the North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District. Here is a list of services that are provided to unincorporated Washoe County residents. It includes our business licensing, safety and building services, community parks, recreation, our fire protection, land use, wastewater, so on and so forth. Next, you have here is a list of all of our regional services. So these are services that are provided to both unincorporated and incorporated residents throughout Washoe County, as well as some of our neighboring jurisdictions. For example, it is Clark County and Washoe County that has a coroner or medical examiner. We provide those services split between the rest of the counties in Nevada. Our general fund revenue, as similar to many other jurisdictions, 51% of our revenue comes from property tax. The next largest chunk is 33%, which is our C tax. And then we have a small percentage of other revenues that do come into Washoe County. Our expenses, the bulk of our expenses do include salaries and benefits for staff to be able to provide services. 15% then goes to services and supplies. And then the next largest piece is transfers out at 12%. That does include funds that go to the state to help offset the Medicaid match requirements that the counties have. This is our appropriations in terms of how we are funding our budget. The bulk of it is general fund. Then we do have some special revenue funds, enterprise funds, capital funds, debt services funds, and so forth. This is our FY23 budget outlook based on information provided from State Department of Taxation, we are expecting a small increase of our property tax, C tax. Our fines and fee revenue do continue to go down, and other revenues are projected for either very slow growth or flattening based on our current economic situations. This is a comparison of our last fiscal year budget and this next fiscal year budget. We, along with many others, were very conservative in our budgets for the last couple of years, not sure what COVID or the impacts of that would be. Feeling a little more confident of knowing where we are. We do have a pretty substantial increase this fiscal year of what we will be spending. A large part of that will be going towards homeless services, which is now provided solely, or starting, January 1, will be fully supported by the county, and we can get into some of those details here coming up. Here's some of the highlights for this fiscal year. We are on year 2 of our property tax refunds. You may have heard we had a settlement with some Incline Village property owners based on some issues with their property taxes. We do have we're on year 2 of that legal obligation to refund those property owners. We do have some unfunded mandates that we are addressing. That includes AB 424, as well as the cost for elections as we continue to make changes to our election process. We have an increase of our stabilization fund, investment in capital improvement projects, expansion of our CARES campus, and operating costs for the homeless services. Again, we have had a pretty substantial increase in our FTEs for this year, and our general fund fiscal sustainability forecast. Our ending fund balance is within the Washoe County's policy. State requirement is 4%. Washoe County, we always tried to be a little over 10%, and what we hope to have is an ending fund balance. As it relates to the ARPA funds, Washoe County received $91 million for ARPA funds, and these 5 categories here are the priorities that were approved by our Board of County Commissioners of where they wanted those funds to be spent. That does include addressing health disparities, root causes of homelessness, bolstering economic and social recovery, building stronger neighborhoods, and promoting healthy childhood environments. Here's a breakdown of out of that where some of those funds have gone. The bulk have gone to negative economic impacts. We do have 19% that has gone to public sector capacity, health, and other negative impacts. We have a very, very small piece of $48,000 that's gone towards revenue replacement, and then 3% has gone towards public health. Our next steps in terms of how we'll be using the rest of the funds, since we've spent about 50% of those, is continuing to work on our reinvestment grant programs. We expect a release this summer for the local nonprofits who have requested funds. We have created a public dashboard for the public to be able to track what programs we have funded and what those funding amounts are. As we look at our second tranche, we are working on identifying needs and priorities for the county, as well as continuing our reporting to the U.S. Treasury and sharing that information with the public of how and where those funds are being used. We did also want to point out that we have requested some funds from the state ARPA amounts. Those are listed here. We do have more details that I'm happy to share with the committee if they would like. Looking at disproportionately impacted communities, infrastructure with some projects that we need primarily related to stormwater in Washoe County, and some requests as we work with the health district as they continue to move forward past responses to COVID. Our Place is something I believe everyone on this committee has heard us talk about before. This is the women, children, and family homeless shelter that was created by Washoe County. This was done in correlation with the state. This is actually state property that they have allowed us to use. This does continue to grow, and we have actually just completed a new community garden in partnership with a local nonprofit to help the members living at Our Place with their ability to grow their own healthy, sustainable foods for while they're both at Our Place, and hopefully to help them as they transition into more permanent housing. Also opening later this year will be Our Place to Shine Boutique. This is us working with some other nonprofits to help women be able to find clothing and things that they need so that when they're out looking for employment, they're able to have clothes that they need and suitable clothes that can be more difficult to find for people who are experiencing homelessness to be able to look the part as they are applying for employment. We are really proud of our outcomes thus far. This graph shows you the outcomes that we had for the end of last year. So we did have 50% of successful families exit. The substance use has gone down substantially. Recidivism is very low. Those are things that we are very proud of. Mental illness does continue to be a large component, with 53% of our residents reporting mental illness, as well as chronic homelessness of 22%. That number does continue to grow as we work through COVID and the impacts of COVID and housing availability in Washoe County. So that is, we're expecting these populations, unfortunately, to continue to grow for some time. Now we have the Nevada Cares campus. This was a campus that was created with full regional input and support between Washoe County, City of Reno, and City of Sparks, using funds freed up through CARES funding to be able to purchase and build out the CARES campus. So this is primarily our men's shelter, and then we do have safe camping available for individuals who do not want to stay in a shelter, but still providing them a safe place to live. Our CARES campus, we have a phased build out that we are working towards. And I'm sorry, I'm going to go through to my notes to remember the different phases here so I don't misquote you the process here. So in the blue, that is the current sprung structure that we have for it. What we are building is in front of those in phase 2. We are building permanent bathroom and bathroom laundry facilities on the outside of the structure, as well as doing some internal upgrades to help kind of section out the area to allow for more privacy for the individuals who will be staying there. Phase 3 is the building in the middle there. That is going to be a kitchen and cafeteria to provide for the people staying on the campus, as well as the second floor will allow for case management individuals to be there. What we're really trying to do is create a one-stop shop for these individuals so they're not having to go somewhere else to find their case managers and get more assistance. Phase 4 is the pink. There's kind of a dark pink and a light pink. The light pink is additional overflow housing. The dark pink is going to be an additional resource center for individuals staying on the campus to be able to understand what resources may be available and help them if they're running into issues in receiving those resources. And then lastly, in yellow, we have Hopes. Hopes is a local nonprofit clinic that exists in downtown Reno. And working with them, they will be building a new clinic on the CARES campus to help provide services to those individuals. These are some additional pictures. The picture on your left is going to be the new bathroom and laundry facilities. The picture on the right will be that cafeteria and case management facility. This is our homeless services transition plan. Important to note here, we do have in our budget a $16 million annual operating cost. This is a $7 million increase to Washoe County. That will start in this upcoming fiscal year as we transition to Washoe County being the sole responsible entity for homeless services. We have agreed to and worked with the cities that will fall under the county, with the agreement that the cities will continue, I should say, their work with affordable housing while we focus on helping those who are less fortunate. Lastly, we have Washoe 311. We do appreciate that counties supply a multitude of services, and it can be very difficult for the public to know who to call or where to go to get those services. So through Washoe 311, we have the ability for people to call or email that call center that can help either provide them the information that they are looking for or direct them to the appropriate department or departments for the services that those residents are looking for, and in some cases direct them to the appropriate entity. Oftentimes they're calling us for a city service. I know the cities have similar programs, and they often have to direct them to us if it's a county resource. But we've tried very hard to give our residents truly a one-stop shop to get the information it is they need, whether they need assistance or just basic information regarding government in Washoe County. And we continue to work and expand our public outreach. So we do use social medias. We have a newsroom that we provide. We do have Washoe County TV that includes our broadcasting of meetings, but we do also do PSAs and other information through that channel. We have recently launched the Washoe Life podcast. This provides for both just stories of what's going on in Washoe County and people who live in Washoe County, as well as specific programs highlighting what's happening in our region, such as the one in the snapshot that you can see here is a discussion of National Donate Life Month. And then we have commissioner newsletters that now go out regularly for our 5 commissioners and their districts. With that, Madam Chairwoman, Committee, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee here in Las Vegas. Senator Daniel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to travel back. Well, it's two separate subjects. I'm going to talk about the CARE campus first. I'm sure you've seen the news story. So there have been a series of challenges with the CARE campus. The news story that I read, between drug use, stabbing, bathrooms not being clean, just a horrendous kind of setup. There's been a series of deaths that have actually occurred on the campus, meaning like the way literally the news story read, they've been found in their bed or found in the bathroom. There's not enough staffing. There's no security. The security is limited in regards to, there's a check of the backpack, but no check for drugs or anything else. And that there's also segregation within the, facility. And so I guess I'm wondering, it sounded like good in theory, but in practice, not working out well. Can you address some of those issues? Because they seem to be pretty serious that are going on up there.
Certainly. Chairwoman, through you, to Senator Neal, Jamie Rodriguez for the record. Appreciate the questions. I will say, yes, we've had some growing pains in creating the shelter. This was something that was put together very quickly because we saw the need for our homeless growing so quickly. And so there have been issues. Certain pieces of addressing that population do make it more difficult for us. There's limits on how much searching we can do, and people can be very clever. And so there's a fine line of appreciating their privacy, of not going through all of their items, which become then a roadblock for people to come and stay at the campus. We have seen a shift in the population based on changes we've made at the campus. That is why we are working on building out the new facilities to allow for better access and more facilities to be made available to this population. So there are things that are being done that we are trying to address those as we can. We, along with many others, are having staffing issues. So while we have been able to grow and bring on more people, it has not been an easy thing to do. This population has been very difficult for us to find people there. So we have had, at times, staffing issues to accommodate the facility, and wanting to, especially during the wintertime, though, make sure that we had as many beds open as possible. So there have been some growing pains in the operation of the CARES campus. But we are confident, based on the plans that we have, some of the additional budgets being made available to the campus starting this fiscal year, and those build-outs, that we will be able to address that. And we have seen a shift in that population of more people feeling more comfortable coming there, of people leaving encampments and feeling that the work we are doing there is a place that they actually want to be, and that services are being provided that they want to make use of.
And then my second question, which is on a different topic. On your slide 18, you have the infrastructure where you submitted requests to the state for your stormwater projects, the Spanish Springs, Lemon Valley, and immediately what I thought was, I thought about WC1 in 2018, which was a tax levy, right, on storm drains, and so my question is, I think that tax levy, what was it, like, you were able to bond for roughly $162 million or something around that. So what's going on with this request, and what's going on with the tax levy? Is the tax levy not enough because it's outside of your tax cap? So I want to know, like, storm drain, WC1. Help me build the dots.
Thank you for the question, and I may need to defer to Lori to help answer some of that, but I think there may be some confusion because WC1 from 2018 was the school district funding, so that was a sales tax increase to help offset costs to build more schools. So I will, though, if Lori's on, she can probably help you with the tax bonding for stormwater.
Yeah, before she answers, it literally is the Truckee River Flood Management Authority for the Truckee River, and there was an amount of the tax levy, it was 0.248 per 100 of assessed value. So there was a Flood Management Authority issue for 89 million, general ob, and then there were bonds that were also a property tax levy for 30 years, and there was a series of bonds. So I'm not talking about you guys have had a lot of ballot questions, but I'm not talking about the school one.
So I can help answer that. Good afternoon, Lori Cook, Budget Manager, Washoe County, for the record. That went on the ballot. It did not pass. So when we were going through that process, Truckee River Flood Management Authority, TURFMA, which is a separate entity from the county, went through the process, and they had several options of what to put on the ballot. So those options are what you're referring to, and that did not pass when it went on the ballot in 2018.
Thank you.
We do have a flood management authority. It's 1/8 of a cent, and that comes in through the county. And then there are employees, about 6 employees that get paid. And then the rest of it goes to the Truckee River Flood Management Authority. They have their own charter. They have elected officials that participate on that Flood Management Authority board. And then they have different projects, different funding for projects that they work on.
Thank you for that clarification, because it's like I read it and then I remembered all the government affairs hearings that I've been in where you guys either came and had a ballot question or, hey, we want to do this, we want to take this to the people, and whether or not, I think because you guys had at least 12 from 2006 forward. It might even be more than that. It might even be like 18. But I just wanted to know because you guys have always come to the legislature with something. So thanks for the clarification so I can have that for my future.
Thank you very much. Additional questions? Assemblywoman Brown May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On slide 15, you talked a little bit about addressing the root causes of homelessness, and I'm curious to know if you would step through that just a little bit to identify some of the solutions that you've engaged with the ARPA dollars.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Assemblywoman Jamie Rodriguez for the record. With Washoe County taking over the spearheading of addressing homelessness in Washoe County, we have worked on several programs to help addressing the problem as it exists and having a little bit more of a broad scale approach to how to address it. We have worked with many of our partners. That does include the expansion of the Hope Clinic coming to the facility, which will help with some of the mental health issues as well as many of the other issues, just general health issues that exist within these populations. We have been increasing our Crossroads program. That is part of our drug-free program that we work with people who are experiencing substance abuse to help them overcome those abuses, as well as learning really how to re-enter after living a certain lifestyle for a period of time. And so we've worked extensively on increasing that program to help with substance abuse, with help from the Hopes campus. We'll hopefully be able to address many more of the mental health issues. The clinic that existed in Washoe County recently closed. And so we've been working with many partners to help fill that gap of people who are experiencing extreme crisis to have somewhere to go and have resources made available to them. So this is a multi-factioned, and I'm happy to get some more specific information to you, Assemblywoman, of what all of those partnerships are and all those groups that we're working with to help this population both address homelessness as well as the mental and health issues that they're experiencing.
Thank you. Follow-up, Madam Chair. Thank you. Just one follow-up question. Are you able to identify if there is indeed a decrease in the number of people entering homelessness that you're experiencing in the county? Do you have the data around that number?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Assemblywoman Jamie Rodriguez for the record. I don't have the numbers. I can tell you our homeless numbers do continue to increase as housing markets become more difficult, rent continues to increase, and finding sustainable housing continues to be more difficult in Washoe County, but I can get those specific numbers to you in the committee.
Thank you very much. Additional questions? Going up north, Senator or Assemblywoman, do you have questions for Washoe County?
I do if
Please go
Assemblywoman
ahead.
Dickman doesn't. Yes, I've got several, and I'm really impressed. I don't mind saying with the CARES campus. First and foremost, where is that location? About.
So Jamie Rodriguez, through you, Madam Chairman, to the Senator. It is, if you, I think the easiest way to describe where it is, if you are driving on US 395 North, right as you start to approach the Spaghetti Bowl, it's going to be in that I guess that's the southwest corner. That was state land that we did work with the state in purchasing. So it's right kind of off that Spaghetti Bowl area.
I appreciate that, and yeah, I know exactly where you are then. The question was asked, and we didn't quite get, how do you provide the security? Are these sworn officers, or who is providing security? Clearly, you're going to have some of some kind.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chairwoman, to the Senator, Jamie Rodriguez, for the record. We have a contract with a company called Allied Services. They provide the security for all county facilities, and that does include the CARES campus.
Well, thank you. And just a couple more, if I may, Madam Chair. And I believe in this, it's a field of dreams. Build it and they will come. Clearly, I look at, I'm very impressed with what you're proposing here, and we know there's a need. Unfortunately, we tend to be a little more seasonal up here with the homeless people. When we get into the summer, you've got the river and some shade, and they're being homeless isn't near as bad as it is in the first of January. So, I'm sure gradually you'll get this transition. I hope it. Again, I think it will become something that we definitely know it was needed. It's definitely a good start, and I appreciate it, and I want to thank you and your commission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assemblywoman Dickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do just have one quick question. And thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for your presentation. It's good to see you. I hear often stories of how the homeless don't like going to the shelter. They would rather live in their tents, or, they don't like the restrictions of the campus. What is happening with that? Are you getting more people? I know you said that, the population is changing a little bit, but are people becoming more comfortable? And then my other question is, as far as security, I hear lots of stories about that as well. At any given time, how many security people do you have there, would you say?
Thank you, Assemblywoman, for the question. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Assemblywoman Jamie Rodriguez, for the record. I will have to get you numbers. I don't know the exact numbers in terms of what that security on the CARES campus is, but I will happily get that for you. In our approach to how we have built out the CARES campus, including the Safe Camp option, has really helped with those who do not want to be in a shelter, who do not want that kind of more communal living, but that want somewhere safe to stay. And so the operation and expansion of our Safe Camp really has helped individuals leave encampments and come to the facility. As I mentioned in the phase 2, I talked about some internal improvements that we are going to be doing. Part of that is actually creating more sectional housing like we have at our place, so that people can have an area that they feel is their area, that they are staying in, that gives them a little bit more privacy, that helps overcome that hurdle of people not wanting to come to a homeless shelter because they feel like they're just in this large room with a lot of bunks. And so there are certain things that we're doing to really try to help entice people to be there rather than encampments, working on kind of stepping stones of where they would be staying to allow them, a more secure area, more privacy, something that is a little bit more long-term, and not kind of your traditional just homeless shelter that I show up for the day, I have a bed that day, I leave that night, now I'm coming back and hoping that I have a bed. And so working through that, of really looking at the long term of not just providing a bed for the night, but looking at really helping to get these people out of that cycle and out of homelessness, is some of those upgrades that we'll be doing inside the facility to help address those hurdles and fears that people have of coming to a shelter. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and I think what the job you're doing is really amazing. One quick question. They are able to bring their dogs with them, right?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chairwoman, to the Assemblywoman Jamie Rodriguez, for the record. I apologize because I am drawing a genuine blank as to whether or not we do allow that. I believe in certain areas that we do, but I will confirm that. I don't want to misspeak, okay. And I will confirm that and get back to you.
I think you do, but that's an important piece because a lot of people will not leave their dogs. Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions, Assemblyman Matthews? Okay. All righty. Seeing none, I appreciate Washoe County being here today. I'm sure there are maybe other questions that they'll take offline, but we appreciate your attendance today, so thank you very much. All right. Next, we will go to White Pine County. When you are ready, please let us know. Yay, they're in the house. Good morning. We see one slide right now. Yes. Okay. Good morning. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. Elaine Eldridge, Chief Deputy Finance Director for White Pine County. Forgive me, this is my first time ever doing something like this, so if I'm a little nervous, I hope you bear with me.
We're a friendly bunch.
So I am going to focus on White Pine County's ARPA funds today. So the White Pine County is going to use ARPA funds. Okay, sorry. Is going to use ARPA funds to build a community service building. This building will house our public health office, public health nurse office, social services, and juvenile probation. The public health nurse office portion of the building will be what ARPA will fund. This slide shows the conceptual plan from our architect of the proposed building. During the pandemic, several issues came to light that were deficiencies in our current facilities for our health nurse in their functionality. The office is, why did I not go to the next slide? Sorry. Oh, here we go. All right, got it now. Yep, I've got the mouse now. Oh, this arrow, okay, thank you very much, sorry. So the office is currently at the rear of our county administrative building, where clients must go through the public halls to be seen. And this creates problems in both patient privacy and possible ill patients coming into contact with employees and other members of the public. Currently, that building houses our county assessor, the finance department, the county manager, social services, juvenile probation, as well as the public health nurse. So when the pandemic started, the two ladies working in the office needed to come up with a way so that ill patients could be seen without them going through those public halls. And their solution was to put up, or to start a, like a drive-through manner in the alley behind the building. Of course, they continued with their vaccinations, their immunizations, family planning, and added COVID-19 rapid testings and vaccinations to their services that they provided. The only difference was that it was in the alley on the side of the building. Of course, there was a few issues with this location because that location there is no covering, rain or shine, and most of the time during snowstorms, if any of you know of weather in White Pine County, we just had our last snowstorm a couple weeks ago. So these ladies worked tirelessly during freezing temperatures in their stocking caps and their coats to keep servicing the community. From this slide, you can see that the alleyway itself is paved, but then it's not a straight out for people driving through. You either have to go to the left to get out, to the right by a private resident garage, or kind of veer right and go out. The portion of our building would be have snow removal, but of course the other portions of the exit would not have snow removal. This slide shows the alternate clinic entrance into, which of course has zero ADA access or zero visibility for the employees to see who was outside waiting for them. Obviously, this entrance was never meant to be a public entrance. The steps, of course, during bad weather were snow and ice slip hazards, and you had to walk right by that large electrical power box. The second issue with this alley is it's adjacent to a private residence. So when we were having these drive-through vaccinations or immunizations or any service that they provide, the private citizen could not get to their garage. Of course, with COVID-19, we would have certain blocks of days, 2-3 days, that the ladies would have immunizations, or vaccinations, sorry. And so, of course, people had to wait the 15-20 minutes to see if they had any adverse reaction, or if they were getting rapid testing, they would have to wait for their results. This line of cars would go out to the street, up the street, so if this private person had left their residence for any reason, come back, there was no way for them to get into their garage. Now this slide shows the vaccination and immunizations for the totals from December of 2020 until April of this year. Those ladies did 3,665 vaccinations, immunizations. Most of these services were performed in that makeshift alley, which is one of the highest per capita totals in the state. So when the ARPA funds became available, a possible solution to these obstacles that our health nurse had dealt with was presented to the White Pine County Commission. Using these funds, we were planning to construct a new building at the site of the former courthouse annex, which was demolished in 2014. The courthouse annex was used for administrative offices prior to demolition. This slide shows an overlay of where the annex was compared to where the new building will be situated. So it will be on county land. This site is in downtown Ely in proximity to the historic courthouse, library, and senior center. This places the public health facility closer to downtown in proximity to the individuals needing these services. The new building will house the public health nurse, including exterior canopies for drive-through services, the juvenile probation office, and the social service office for White Pine County. The White Pine County ARPA funds of $1,860,803 will be used to pay for only the public health portion of the building, which is approximately 1,220 square feet of office space, the green area on the slide, plus exterior canopies and portions of shared public and support spaces such as hallways, janitorial, and data closets. This slide shows traffic flow through the new drive-through canopy, providing protection to staff and patients and alleviating traffic hazards. This slide is a probable cost estimate. We have currently added 10% to this since it was clear back in December of 2021, of course, due to inflation and supply chain issues. So we now figure a probable cost will be approximately $5,432,200. We will be using a CMAR, Construction Manager at Risk, with a guaranteed maximum price for the construction. We currently have selected Lombard Conrad Architects as the architect engineers and Court Construction as the CMAR. Both of these companies were selected following federal and state requirements. Court Construction is currently putting together a pre-construction estimate where White Pine County will work with them and the architects to come to an agreed upon guaranteed maximum price with any additions or deletions as the budget will allow. We plan to break ground this summer in 2022 with planned completion of the project within 18 months or the fall of 2024. So now, as far as our fiscal year 2023 budget, we have submitted our tentative budget with our ending fund balance of over 25% of our expenditures or 3 months of operating reserves. Of course, there will be some changes to the final budget, but the fund balance of at least the 25% will stay the same. Our net proceeds of mineral revenues for fiscal year 2023 is estimated to be $4,417,806. These funds have been budgeted to improve infrastructure for White Pine County. Part of that will be the juvenile probation portion of the new community service building, the restoration and renovation of our historic courthouse, and a new well at the golf course to alleviate the pressure on the City of Ely residential water system. So White Pine County, of course, like everyone else, is trying to diversify our economy. We have reopened our Economic Development Fund for fiscal year 2023, and we are in the planning stages of a sewer line upgrade for a housing development that's adjacent to our golf course and Highway 93. We do have a significant housing shortage, and to try to bring any industry to White Pine County, we need homes. We currently have issues recruiting doctors, teachers, sheriff's deputies due to this housing shortage. Our inventory is very low, and most of our available homes are 40, 50, 60 years old. And these are the highlights that I have for our fiscal year 2023 budgets other than regular operations. And now if there's any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for that information. Any questions? Assemblywoman Brown-May, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question with regard to the construction project that you just detailed. I'm curious to know, so with the federal relief dollars, this would be considered a public project, right? It's a public facility?
Yes. So the federal dollars, the ARPA funds, will only be used to construct the public health nurse. So it's part of pandemic issues.
Thank you. Follow-up. I'm just curious to know then, if only part of the building is being constructed with public dollars, how is the contractor preparing, and perhaps it's a little bit too in the weeds, but I'm curious to know how labor will be utilized throughout the construction project.
So the ARPA funds will be used for the public health nurse portion. The social service portion of the building will be funded with our current social services fund balance, because it's substantial, and then capital improvements and net proceeds of minerals will pay for the juvenile probation part of the building. All of it's either local funds or federal funds. So it'll all go with the same base bacon wages, Davis wages.
Davis
yes.
Bacon wages. Thank you. That was really where I was going with that.
Yes, it'll all be with under state and federal regulations.
Okay, and then one final question would be relative to the labor market, and do you feel like you have adequate contractors, construction personnel, and are you going to be able to address then perhaps employment opportunities in the area through this construction project?
So with using Court Construction, and actually we just use them for our new courthouse justice facility, they come in with the guaranteed maximum price. Then they go out to subcontractors they go out to bid to them to get all of whatever they need, be it drywall or anything that they need. They try as hard as they can to use local contractors where possible. But yes, they just finished. I agree that there is the labor shortage, but they just completed the courthouse and justice facility without any issues.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Torres.
Thank you. And following up on that, that line of questioning from the Assemblywoman, I think it would also be great if there was some reach out to help build the apprenticeship programs by guaranteeing that some of those jobs went to apprentices. One of the problems that we see with the labor shortage is that we have labor, but if we aren't putting apprentices to work, we can't train more workers. And so I'm just wondering if that has already been a consideration so that we can do some job training in White Pine County and get people gainful employment that helps them provide for their families.
So I am not aware of any programs like that, but I will make a note of that and see what we can do.
And just to clarify, the programs already exist, so it would just need to be a partnership from White Pine County to ensure that they were ensuring that apprentices were doing some of that work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just had a quick question on the industries in White Pine. Mm-hmm. So what are they? And then in regards to COVID and any pivoting that happened during COVID, how are you guys either innovating, reinventing? I mean, there's been so many conversations about what industry was doing well prior to COVID and then now what's going on. So I don't know if you said that and I didn't hear it because it's.
No, I did not. But so mining is White Pine County's major industry. And of course, right now and even during the pandemic, we didn't have any issues. We did not have any layoffs or anything like that because the mine was going strong. Our issue is when mineral prices go down, then that's when we have revenue issues.
And I guess that's why I'm okay. So let me just get to my question. Okay. We know that I thought you guys had agriculture too.
Yes, there is some agriculture.
Okay,
but the majority is mining.
So we know that mining is, it has this cyclical relationship to when our economy is doing well, they're not. And then when we're doing bad, mining is awesome. So what have you guys built into White Pine in order to buffer yourselves? Because,
So that is one of the reasons why our commission has passed that our ending fund balance for our general fund, our operating, needs to be at 25% during budget cycles, so that we do have a reserve if mining slows down. And we also have a net proceeds of mitigation fund of $8 million that cannot be used unless it's a very dire situation.
So you guys are not trying to diversify?
Well, yes, we are, but we can't. We have this without housing, we cannot, I mean, the inventory of our housing is, I think probably, I just bought a house and I was looking and looking and looking. Our inventory of homes for sale is probably, I'm just putting a number out there because I don't know exact number, around 25 to maybe 20 to 25 homes, and the majority of them are very old homes that need a lot of work before you can even move in. So without the housing, sorry, go ahead.
Because I thought mining had a workforce housing program. They don't?
No. Not that I am aware of.
Have you asked them for one?
Again, not that I'm aware of. I know our county manager is working with the mine to see what we can do together to try to get a housing development to come in. But we do not have the workforce. We don't have a developer out there who is willing to come in and build a development. So we're trying to get infrastructure done. We're trying to get the sewer line extended so that it will entice somebody to come in to do a housing development or something to that sort.
Thank you. Additional questions here. Vice Chair Flores.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I know that over the years when we have an opportunity to speak and listen to presentations in the legislature from our different counties, cities, et cetera, one of the things that I often hear, and a lot of our colleagues from the north always educate us because there's a disconnect sometimes. We don't understand exactly what's happening out there. That exactly what you said, that there's a hard time. It's very difficult to attract folk, that if you could just get them there, that there's a lot of confidence that you can get them work real quick, set them up. It's just attracting and building. My only question is, and you alluded to it there at the end, and I'm just curious to know how that relationship is flowing. You mentioned sewage, and there's a whole host of things, right, that underground have to take place in order to allow for growth. Has there been an opportunity in discussing the federal funds that are coming in and working specifically with the private industry and having a much more in-depth conversation as to what the next phase looks like? So here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to invest. Here's where we're laying out as a groundwork. And on the end side of that, here's the folk that we've been partnering with that we know would come into the space and really allow for that next step of growth and to attract more folk into the area. Have we had that type of conversations at all?
Not that I'm aware of.
And then one more last follow-up, Madam Chair, just in a different lane. I know also in presentations, and I was looking back through some of them, I remember, and I can't remember, it was like 3 sessions ago, I had a presentation come before the Government Affairs Committee, and I know White Pine County had talked about how when we talk about law enforcement and fire, that there's a large volunteer force that we kind of rely on for that. Part of it is resources. And I was curious to know if some of this federal funding was discussed on how do we kind of help alleviate the fact that we have a largely volunteer force so that we can maybe provide some resources to them. Was that part of the conversation, or because it's a one-time deal, it didn't make sense to do something like that?
I am not aware that was ever discussed. I think this building, getting something that was accessible to people who needed it and made it so it was a safe environment for the public as well as employees was the top priority.
And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I always know just enough about Nevada history to be dangerous, but I do know that, and for those of you that have never been up there, you've got Ely, and then you've got Ruth, and you've got McGill. And back in the day, those Ruth and McGill, well, McGill had, I think, their own mine, but Ruth was built as a place for people to sort of live who did mining. So, and of course, those small towns are, sort of gone by the wayside a little bit, but we still have people in them. So I think there were thoughts along the way. It's just the cyclical nature of mining has also been difficult for White Pine as a rule. So up north, Senator Gokachia or Assemblywoman Dickman?
I've got probably a question and some
ahead,
response, if I may, Madam Chair. I think that, we kind of got off on this a little bit. Clearly, there has been an assessment done in White Pine County, especially the city of Ely by the Main Street program. They've documented they need 300 doors. We seem to be forgetting, those of us that on this committee, but, the Ely State Prison there is running at about a 40% vacancy rate. The reason for that is the fact that there is no housing. If we had employees, there's no place for them to live. And some of those employees are actually living their shifts in motel rooms in Ely and then commuting either into Utah or back to Las Vegas after their shifts. Housing is a huge issue in White Pine County. But it looks to me like, the commissioners have taken a little different venue. But I know there has been conversations, even in front of IFC. And, as we look at the need for homes in White Pine County, employment isn't an issue there. It's finding somebody to take the job. And then we don't want to also shift away from the fact that a lot of those employment in White Pine County are government jobs. Again, whether you're working for the prison, whether you're working for the BLM, the Forest Service, probably 40% of their employment in Ely proper is with government agencies and providing those services. You've got the Robinson Mine, clearly the old mine in the community with Ruth and McGill, as the chairman talked about. But again, their large producer today is Kinross at Ball Mountain, and most of those people are actually paying that proceeds into White Pine, but most of those people are living in Elko just because there is no housing available in Ely for them. And they've got the PAN project. Again, those people are either living in Ely or living in Eureka or in a camp trailer someplace. There is no housing available for White Pine County. So, yes, we need to address it, and it was brought up at IFC as we were looking at some of the other new dollars rolling in and the possibility. Again, if White Pine County had the money to assist and help get this off, we could rejuvenate that community, but it's going to take housing. So more of a statement than a question, but I'm sure Ms. Eldridge agrees.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. You're right. White Pine has always struggled, and it's surrounded by some of its more wealthy friends in Eureka. So thank you very much. Anybody else up north? Okay, thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate the information. So before we transition into the city, the city groups, we are going to take a short break and give everybody just a few minutes. So it is 11:28. How about if we give ourselves maybe 7-8 minutes, come back at like 11:35? Would that work? Thank you. We're in recess. Okay, I think we're ready to come back in. And we're on agenda item number 5, and we're going to do a presentation from the Urban Consortium and its members, which include the City of Henderson, Las Vegas, Reno, and Sparks. So to kick things off, we have former Senator Hardy. You did it. I am impressed. Well, we're happy to see you, and thank you for being here, and thank you for your other presenters, Mr. McIntosh and Ms. Heltzley, and Mr. Crunk. Is that right?
Yep,
Okay.
that's correct. And Miss Callie from Reno.
Miss Wilsey. I see her.
Miss
Thank
Callie
you.
Wilsey, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Flores, members of the committee, Warren Hardy, representing the Urban Consortium, AKA Dale Diablo. That's an inside joke with the Government Affairs Committee and the Assembly, for those of you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and for the opportunity to make a presentation. I want to formally, if I may, sort of formally introduce the Urban Consortium. We kind of were born and come out on the fly last session a little bit, but the 4 major cities, large cities in Nevada, decided that we might be able to help ourselves and help the legislature by getting together as a group and as an organization and fine-tuning, if you will, issues that we want to bring before the legislature, and making sure that we're bringing you a unified voice as to the extent possible. Obviously, that's not always going to happen, but that's our effort, to come forward and bring a combined effort on behalf of the 4 large cities in order to save time and to save the legislature time. And also to have a single point of contact for members of the legislature that want to reach out to the large cities and get, so that we can get collective answers. And so today's our first time really presenting as a consortium. It took me a while to learn how to spell it. I'm still learning how to pronounce it. So that's the consortium, and that's why we're here. Our financial presentations today are going to focus obviously on the financials, but we hope to take a high-level view of that. Some of the things we wanted to talk about, since this is a policy committee as well, is sort of the things that we're looking at going forward in terms of priorities, policy priorities. And then after, if it pleases the chair, after the cities are done presenting, I'd like to just come back and take a couple of minutes to talk about the working, we didn't call it that, I think we called it emerging issues, but the working title of the slide was things that are keeping us up at night. And so I'd like to come back and kind of maybe go over some of that. But in the spirit of the consortium, it's becoming evident that we would be better served as cities and as local governments if we collectively work together to address these issues. We're constantly reminding the legislature of things that we believe are local government responsibilities. And with that comes an obligation to make recommendations and actually have our act together. But as we have the discussions after COVID, it's become pretty evident that there are a lot of issues that we need to collectively deal with counties, and that we need to collectively deal with you as legislators. And so the end of our presentation will be to discuss that, if it pleases the chair. So with that, without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to the City of Las Vegas, Randy Robinson and Susan Helsley. And then after them, I know it's not in the order of the agenda, but it's in the order of the slides, if that's okay. Following them, we'll have Nicole Rourke and Jim McIntosh from the City of Henderson. Then we'll have Kelly Wilsey from Reno, and last but not least, the City of Sparks. I see Jeff Kronk and Mike Hillerby there. So if it pleases the chair, I'll turn it over to them for the presentation.
That will be fine. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Randy Robinson, Director of Government Affairs, City Las Vegas. It is good to be with you. This is my first time back live in person with the people in front of me, so I kind of get a little bit of tingling feeling. So it's good to be with you. It's my privilege this morning to have with me Susan Helsley, who's our finance director. She's been with the city a little over 6 months. So she's new, so treat her kindly. But she comes to the city very well experienced with over 20 years in government finance, most recently at the Clark County Water Reclamation District, but some private work mixed in there as well. So we're happy to have her. She's very capable and is a quick study. And so she drew the short straw to give this finance presentation this morning, so I'll let her go. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the rest of the members of the committee. As Randy said, I'm Susan Helsley, the Finance Director who's been with the city for 6 months, so I know enough to be dangerous. And we'll just get into the presentation, maybe. Oh, there we go. So our first slide is our general fund revenues for fiscal year 23, and again, this is our tentative budget. It's about $696.7 million, and as most of the other jurisdictions, our largest source of revenue is our consolidated tax. For this particular fiscal year, it's 55.3%, about $385 million. Our property tax makes up another 20.3%, so $141 million. We have another $95 million in licenses and franchise fees, and then our other fees are $75.3 million. Those are made up a lot of our business license fees, our municipal court fees, and other fees that don't really fit into these particular buckets. And moving on, going the wrong way again. There we go. Use the space bar if anybody's questioning that. Our general fund expenditures for FY23, we're showing about an $8 million surplus currently. Salaries and benefits make up about 50% of our entire general fund budget, which is the majority. We're pretty much in line with our other counterparts. Our non-labor is 18.5%. We also fund a portion of the Metro Police Force here in the city of Las Vegas, so it's made up of both city and county contributions. Ours is $158 million, or 23% of our budget. We have a small portion for our debt service, and then others 6%, $41.5 million. Those are transfers to other funds that we take care of each year, either to our capital funds or some of our special revenue funds to make up some of their shortfalls. So the general fund does subsidize other funds within the city. And this is just our general fund expenditures by category. So you'll see that public safety takes up 62.4%. That is our contribution to Metro. We also have our own marshals that we have, and we also have our own fire department. So that takes up 62.4%. You'll see public works is 1.8. We do have our own sewer system in the city, but it is funded by its own enterprise fund. So very little general fund money goes toward that sanitation. Culture and Rec's another 8.5%. Our debt service again is 2.4. General government is 10.6. We have a judicial, which is $32.7 million, and then other is the 9.5%, or $65.4 million. And this last slide, these are how we're planning on allocating all of our ARPA funds. We received about $130 million in ARPA. So far, we're allocating $121 million of it. We're holding back $9 million in reserve just because we weren't sure what was going to happen with all the different variants that we're having with the COVID virus. So we're thinking, okay, we may need to hold some back in reserve just in case we need it for later. We most likely will be allocating that out towards the end of the fall, or in the fall of this year. So we've got about 19% of it, or $23 million, that we're targeting towards affordable housing. We sent another 40% to nonprofit organizations so they can directly help the community on the nonprofit. So if they have housing issues, if there's public health issues, they're in a much better position to help our community than the city is, because they know exactly where those programs need to be. We also have another $23.3 million going towards our small businesses, and then another $25.3 million that went to pandemic response. And I believe that was the end of my financial presentation, so if you have any questions.
Questions, Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to dig into your business assistance. So number of businesses that you served and because I heard more about the county program and actually more about what North Las Vegas did in regards to the business assistance than what you guys have actually done in this space. So can you break down what work you've done?
Madam Chair, through you, Senator Neal, that is an excellent question. And I will say we went through a very comprehensive vetting process for all of the applications that we received last fall. I think we received over 400? Yeah, over 500 applications that total almost $2 billion for $130 million in funding. They finalized the recipients back in January, and I'm not privy to exactly who is getting that or what programs that we're doing, but I'd be more than happy to follow up with you. Because we have just started signing the contracts with that folks to get the money out into the communities.
Yeah, because I'm wondering, and so definitely can you help me get more information about that? Because I'm wondering if you did more, a lot of people did business grants.
Mm-hmm.
And so the question is, who did those business grants go to? Are they smaller? I mean, there were a lot of people that were, they were literally redirecting their business model and to go into something else because they suffered during the moment, or they needed to. There were also some startups that started out of the pandemic, and I've been hearing that a lot of the startups couldn't really find, or they didn't fit the criteria that was being set out in order for them to take advantage of it.
Madam Chair, through you, Senator Neal, again, great question. I know, for example, we're contemplating taking some of our ARPA money back as revenue replacement, just as the county has done, so we can relieve those businesses of those burdens of reporting. But as of right now, I don't believe we're still exploring with the folks that we've awarded to find out, can they meet the requirements, how best we can serve them. So I don't exactly have the final numbers or actually even the final recipients. I think Randy's looking on his phone.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Neal, I'm looking at the list of those applicants who were approved or who came out of our application process. And there is I'm just looking at the business category. There is a few that I'm noticing that are, there's a little bit of startup money. There's a little bit of workforce training dollars. There are folks who, looks like some data businesses, general business assistance. I know we're working with the chambers to help small and minority businesses through licensing processes and those sorts of things if they need to retool. But we can certainly bring or provide you more information once some of those, once we have a bit more information as we're going through and making the agreements individually with those applicants.
Thank you. Is that it, Senator?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go all the way over to Assemblyman Matthews, who has been awful quiet today.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you for the presentation. The $48.9 million for nonprofit organizations, I think you mentioned briefly that some of that might be used for those or by those nonprofits for affordable housing. I'm just wondering if you can expand a little bit and maybe talk a bit more about what other types of nonprofits might be included in that category if you have that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Matthews. Through you, Chair, to Mr. Matthews, Randy Robinson, City of Las Vegas. So again, looking through the list of applicants who were approved, it looks like there's healthcare kinds of nonprofits. There are, what would you call it? I guess food and nutrition assistance kind of nonprofits. There's one called Families in Need. That's kind of a wraparound services, stuff besides housing. Healthy Smiles. Some more employment training nonprofits. Nonprofits like Strong Start academies for young children. Second Chance Employment. Anyway, a variety of nonprofits. As I think Ms. Heltzy mentioned earlier, as our council was sort of discussing what we would do with our dollars, we intentionally decided to dedicate more, a larger chunk of the dollars we receive to our nonprofits, because they're on the front lines every day and they know exactly, almost individual by individual, who needs help and how they need it, as opposed to us. So we made an effort to spend the bulk of our money there.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Assemblywoman Brown-May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question relative to public safety in your general fund expenditures, and you noted that a significant portion of that, or a portion of that rather, helped to fund Metro. And I'm just curious to know, as I don't really have an understanding of this area, is there any funding that's allocated for state police, for areas that are just outside of the city? Like, is there any compensation for state public safety as well as your locality?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Brown-May. That's a great question, and I think the short answer is no. Most of I would say the majority of our funds, if not all of our funds, go to either Metro, which is for Clark County and the city of Las Vegas, and also our marshals within the city. So it's mostly within the city limits, and we also fund Metro because they are our police force.
Thank you very much. Additional questions here, Assemblywoman Torres.
Thank you. I had two kind of separate questions. So my first question is just kind of in regards to my community and my constituency. So I serve a large Latino population, large Spanish-speaking population. But recently, all communication from the city of Las Vegas has come in English. And so any public participation, any events where there's meetings about how you can participate or voice your concerns on stuff, all of it is English. So I'm just wondering how the city determines what communication is going to be made available in the second most predominant language here in Southern Nevada.
Madam Chair, through you, Assemblywoman Torres, thank you for that question. We have recently hired a Spanish-speaking public information officer, and I know that she is working very closely with our current public information officer and our other departments to determine exactly what you're talking about, which of our communication needs to go out into Spanish. And I know that they're working on putting together a survey for our Spanish-speaking constituents so we can get more in touch with them. And I think she's been with us, maybe 3 months now, Randy? So she's coming up to speed. So we are very aware that we do need to reach out more consistently to our Spanish-speaking community.
Yeah, and on that, I definitely urge the city to make sure that any communication on public works projects, changes to parks. We're getting rid of a park in my neighborhood, and it's going to become something else. And my community is frustrated because they feel like they didn't have a voice in it, and they didn't because they didn't understand what they got in the mail. So I think that's definitely a consideration. But on a very separate topic, I kind of wanted to learn more a little bit about the Strong Start Academy and the role that the city of Las Vegas is playing in that and how that's being funded. Because, I understand that it's a public charter school, but I feel like it's an interesting way that the city of Las Vegas is working in the education space. And I want to understand how that's working, how it's being funded, how the city is using funds.
Madam Chair, through you, Assemblywoman Torres, Susan Helsley, for the record. That's a great question. And the charter school is being funded partially by some of the ARPA funds. We are looking to spend some of the ARPA money on buying them a permanent location. So there will be money spent from ARPA. Our general fund is also funding a portion of the charter school. And then eventually, once they have students, they will be getting those allocations from the state. So it's going to be a combination of state money that's coming in by student and also some general fund money that's funded by the city. I will say this is a separate not-for-profit, so they are a completely separate entity from the city. They will be operated by their own board. They have their own people who are taking care of this. And I will say from a finance standpoint, we're keeping them very separate from us. So they'll have their own books. They have their own teachers. They're the ones doing all the contracting. The city will be providing some funds with the hope that eventually they will become self-supporting, but we do know that we will be supporting them in the near future.
So I guess I just want to understand why the city decided to go this route instead of funding some of the schools that we already have in the community, either helping them with those support programs, either creating after-school funding, supporting other public charter schools in the area. So I'm just wondering why they went with this option of essentially creating an alternative school within a city system.
Madam Chair, through you, Assemblywoman Torres. Again, I've been here 6 months, and this was decided before I started, so I don't know all the background. I do know that Mayor Goodman is a very strong proponent for education, so I'm not exactly sure what the precipitous was to go this route, as you were saying, to fund other things. We do after-school programs through our YDSA program? Yes, our Youth Development and Social Innovation Program. We do many after-school programs. We partner with the local elementary schools for those. So we are very active with the local community schools. Again, I'm not exactly sure why they chose to go this route.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to jump in here because that's actually was one of my questions, and mostly because, and while I'm not a part of the city and I don't oversee the city, I know that I have not had one conversation with anybody about this, but what I find a little discerning, unless I don't understand, is that they are going to be totally separate. So if the city is going to fund through ARPA funds, which are their funds, and they're going to allow the board to be totally separate and totally self-governing, if you will, and using public money, I find that an interesting piece when nobody is overseeing the school that hands out the money. So I don't know if I don't understand it. Like I said, I have not had one conversation with anybody from the city about this. No one has said to me, this is what we're doing, what do you think, or what have you. So I don't know that. But I just find it interesting that it's a totally separate entity when they're using public money. So as I always say on the record, I truly do not have a problem with how people educate their kids, but I always feel very strongly that if it's public money, then it becomes public accountability. So that's just my own personal opinion. And I have 5 grandkids in school, so, you know, I'm always trying to keep track of what's going on in different entities. The city has done after-school programs and summer programs for as long as I've been alive, as well as the county has done those types of things. But the schooling piece is a new piece, so I just find it interesting that they have totally separated that off and made it its own little piece over here. I don't know if there's a question in there, but.
Pardon me. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, again, Randy Robinson, City of Las Vegas. I came on with the City of Las Vegas, you know, probably towards the end of the whole discussion about do we enter the education space or not formally. And what I can tell you, sort of back to Ms. Torres' question as well, there was extensive debate on the council, among the council, about whether the city ultimately takes that step. They're focusing on a very challenging population of young students. that have a number of challenges that they deal with that makes it more difficult to reach them in terms of a consistent educational program. But this is a charter school. It's not sort of like an independent different kind of entity. It is a charter school. They did get chartered through the Public School Charter Authority. The council does appoint the board of that school, so they have an accountability ultimately back to the council, but also to the Public School Charter Authority. So there is that oversight and monitoring, but it was the council's decision that rather than put the council in charge as the governing body of that school, that they would reach out and try to find, much like a traditional charter school model, individuals with particular areas of expertise that they could bring to the board that would sort of manage the operation of that school. So it's still, again, I would emphasize it's a charter school licensed by the Public School Charter Authority, and it still has that sort of accountability line, but then also the board itself has the accountability line back to the council.
Senator Neal, I'll let you go ahead because sometimes I should just be quiet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was present when the city came and asked, and initially in Assembly Government Affairs, they asked to use some of their redevelopment dollars because you guys had a set aside. You did a moratorium on affordable housing, and you had 18%. You had 9 and 9. And 9% you asked for the authority in order to go and do this experiment around schools. And my biggest statement then was, number one, why? 2, you have to be self-sufficient. 3, you were diluting and going into it because the goal was just to do early childhood education, but it's morphed into more than that. And what's super concerning is that now you're going to be asking for per pupil expenditure from the state, which wasn't anticipated. And then you say you're working on the same at-risk population that we're basically trying to fund and serve within the district itself. And so while everybody has the bright idea of peeling off and then having their hand out to say, can you please give me more money to take care of the same exact student that we're trying to fund and serve, it is not helpful, right, to me, because it's almost like people can say that wasn't my original intent to become our own mini school district or whatever the agenda is, but ultimately you're still coming to the state for the funds to pay for it. And the accountability under the charter, if you've been listening, we had series of issues with accountability with the charter school board. They're not necessarily performing any greater than the public schools. So it's always an issue for me when the city, I guess, puts their hands in something that is beyond the regular services and then turns around and says, hey, state, can you also give us that additional money to fund who we're already funding as duplicate kids? The way that the schools are set up, they're within the same, actually some of them are in my district. And so you are still treating the same child that we're trying to address. Right? And so it looks like you guys are going into higher grade levels now. I think what is it? Are you guys up to, you're past second grade, I think. Are you just K, you're pre-K and what?
Pardon me, Randy Robinson for the record, up to second grade.
Yeah, okay. So it's like you carved out this piece and then it's like, now you want us to fund it. And I'm saying it because ultimately you're saying that you're going to get state funds. State funds are general fund, our general fund. And so I guess I'm really thrown off because I was there when you guys asked for the redevelopment dollars to do it. And now you're morphing your funding in various ways. And I had also asked probably about a year ago, what was the status and where was the funding? And I know general fund was not mentioned to me, that you were using your own city general fund in order to take care of those schools.
So, Madam Chair, through you, Senator Neal, so the funding that I'm referring to for the students, it's the allocation that the state gives to whatever school those children are going to. And as Randy was saying, they have been authorized as a charter school, so they are a legitimate charter school that would be eligible for that funding. It doesn't matter that the city of Las Vegas is also funding them with some of their money. That school is entitled, if I may, to that funding per student. So if those students are at a different school, that funding follows them.
And I think, and I appreciate that comment. I think the point that I'm trying to make, and I need to make it clearer, is that you have other things that you guys need to fund within your city, literally. You need to fund the corridor. You have increases that you have to take care of within your homelessness and in your mental health. And I know for a fact that, the question has come back up in order to figure out how to get the $9 million additional dollars that you need just to fund the corridor that you started. So you're engaging in the practice of education, right? But don't have the capacity to fully fund the services that you're supposed to fund. And that was my argument when it was brought to my attention in the committee on the assembly side for the redevelopment funds. My statement then and my statement now is take care of what you need to take care of. And if you have surplus, then let's talk about that. But you're not in a place where you have surplus because you still have needs and other mandated services that you're supposed to take care of for your citizens. But you put your hand in education. It's the strangest behavior to me. And then if you cannot sustain it, you're then going to be back calling us out saying, give us more money in order to do X, and then give us more money to take care of the corridor, give us more money to take care of homelessness. But I'm like, hey, education was never within your purview. That was never actually within your purview. You asked for it for a pilot and to run it, and now it's turning into this thing. That's my comment. And I know you just got here and it's 6 months, but seriously, it upsets me because I know what was said in the government affairs hearing, and I gave them the blues then.
Thank you, Senator. Any additional comments here? Up north, Assemblywoman Dickman and Senator Gocochea, any comments?
I don't have any. Thank you.
Assemblywoman?
No, thanks, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Do you have any closing comments? If not, we'll go to the City of Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Randy Robinson for the record. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you, and notwithstanding the last few minutes of comments, I still get the tingly feeling. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So good to be here in person, even with our continued partitions, but keeps us all safe. My name is Nicole Rourke. I currently represent the city of Henderson, and with me today is our Chief Financial Officer, Jim McIntosh. Jim will be giving you an overview of our financial position and our ARPA funds, as well as our CARES Act funds that were original to that. Jim and I have known each other a really long time. Prior to his last 6 years with the city of Henderson, he was the Chief Financial Officer for the Clark County School District. And as you all well know, I spent a good amount of time there myself. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jim, and we'll be happy to answer any questions along the way or at the end as you see fit.
Thank you, Nicole. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jim McIntosh. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the City of Henderson, here to provide you with a financial overview of the city and how we have spent some of our federal COVID dollars. I think you're going to see a common theme, or you've seen it already, in terms of where the money comes from. These are the largest revenue sources in the general fund, which are the day-to-day operations of the City of Henderson. This is our tentative budget for fiscal year 2023. As you can see in the blue part of the graph, that consolidated tax, much like the other entities, is our largest component of revenue at 45.4%. The next largest would be property taxes at 28.2%, and represented by the orange area of the graph. In total, 74% of our general fund revenues, much like many of the other local entities, is comprised of the consolidated and property tax. These are very important to us, and why we do a lot of analysis and spend a lot of focus and time on these two important revenue sources. The revenue in total for the general fund for the City of Henderson in fiscal year 23 is projected at $325.4 million. That is general fund revenue. Total citywide revenue, when we incorporate all of our funds, which includes our utilities, would be over $700 million. Where does the money go? I think, again, much like the other localities, the largest component of our budget in the general fund is related to public safety. Public safety here does include our police department, our corrections department, which is the operation of our detention facility. In addition to that, it also includes our fire departments as well. The next largest set of costs are related in the yellow piece of pie here, which is general government. Those are people like me, the finance department, human resources, IT, and the next component there, what's very important to the City of Henderson, has been our parks and recreation department at 14.4%. And then you can see some smaller components there: public works, our judicial component, and community support. Just like to give you a sense of what's occurred in the City of Henderson. This is a 12-year timeline. Really what this was meant to represent is the growth that's occurred since the end of the last, what we consider the Great Recession. So fiscal year 2009 to the previous fiscal year 2021, just to highlight the amount of population growth that's occurred in the City of Henderson, growing by 22.6% to a population currently of over 330,000 citizens. We are the second largest city in the state of Nevada. In terms of general fund, FTE stands for full-time equivalent, so full-time position growth. We only see about 8.1% growth from that recession to today. And then in terms of full-time equivalents per 1,000 residents, that ratio has shifted from 5.3 to 4.7, which is a decrease of 12.7%. So we like to believe we've grown back from the last recession much more efficiently, able to do more with less, and very proud of that statistic. Just to highlight in our budget, what are some of the strategic priorities from our council? The 5 strategic priorities our council has let us know through our strategic summits what's important to them and where they like to see dollars directed are highlighted in gold here. They include community safety, livable communities, high-performing public service, economic vitality, and quality education. I'm not going to go through all of the bullet points that are listed here, but these are all programs that have been incorporated in our budget for fiscal year 23. I would like to point out simply in the importance of community safety, recognizing that it makes up over 58% of our budget. That has been a huge strategic priority for our city and our constituents. We engage through a community survey every year, but we are growing as a city, and there is a need, particularly in geographically the west area of Henderson, what we call West Henderson, a need for both fire and police services. And so we will be completing providing a physical presence for our police department through a police substation in West Henderson, and then begin the designs for a fire station in West Henderson in this next budget year. And we just like to highlight those items here that we will begin having those presence in that area of town. I do also like to point out quality education. While we are not directly responsible for education in the City of Henderson, we are certainly very supportive and a partner with the Clark County School District. We do that through the 18% RDA set-aside funds. And in addition to that, our council has also approved a third 1/3 of our recreational marijuana licensing fees to be directed towards education. We do that through our Community Education Advisory Board, which is a group of constituents that work with the school district to determine the greatest need. And we just like to highlight some of the programs that are included there through the use of those funds. When it comes to recovery grants, at the beginning of the pandemic, one of the first tranches of funds that the city received was the CARES Act, was coronavirus relief funds in the amount of $34 million. And we are currently operating under the American Rescue Plan funds, the state and local fiscal relief component of those funds. The city of Henderson received $37 million. These are the largest areas that these dollars are going to be spent, particularly items 2 and 3 here, education, childcare, rental, utility assistance, and a large component of the funds have been directed towards COVID mitigation and testing and vaccine response. We did do a survey early on when we received these dollars of our community to see if what the expectation was for how we spent these dollars. One of the things that did come up on that survey that stood out was a large request for mental health and wellness services. And so we have incorporated into our plan close to $3 million to be directed towards mental health services. These are not core services that the city of Henderson normally provides, and we usually look to regional partners like the county to assist us in providing those services. And so we will be looking to the county to partner and or with nonprofits and have begun that process already to really work with them to find out what is the best way to deliver those services. And with that, I would take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? Senator Neal.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So thanks for the presentation. I'm wondering, for your economic development, I know you guys have done a lot on like Water Street, but you guys still have an area in Henderson that's more impoverished. It's literally between Water Street and Lake Las Vegas. And so you have these neighborhoods that are poor. There's more, they're not trailer parks, but they're clearly are underserved. And so I'm wondering, in terms of like ARP funds, like how did you go into those neighborhoods? How did you service those populations? What was the strategy around the lower income individuals that happen to live in Henderson? Because you have pockets, and I think they get left out of the narrative more often than not because they're in between a very wealthy community and then what you're doing in what you consider the downtown, the Water Street area. And so I'm wondering what's the outreach? What have you done with them?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair, through you to the Senator. So the area I believe you're talking about is what we consider to be it is part of a redevelopment area. The city has 5 redevelopment areas. The goal of a redevelopment area is to incentivize economic development in those areas in order to increase the values of property tax in those areas that we can then reinvest in that area. That particular neighborhood you're talking about is within, there's actually, I believe, 2 redevelopment areas in that particular neighborhood where we are working. We understand, one, that the area is considered to be blighted, and we do what we can as a city in order to, that's what an RDA exists for. One of the reasons is to assist with what we can in order to invest funds into the infrastructure in that area. When it comes to our COVID response, one of the programs that we did run personally, we did this internally, is we ran what was known as a residential recovery grant program. The purpose of this program was to assist our citizens, low income. We had a rigorous application process. I can't speak specifically to that area, but this whole purpose of this program was to direct dollars for rental assistance, mortgage assistance, utility assistance, and broadband assistance, simply because the school district had moved to distance learning, and there was a need for some of our lower income households who did not have access to broadband to now have that access in order to provide education to their kids. I can't speak to how many citizens were actually served in that area, but it was limited to those who were considered to be low to moderate income.
If I might add something to that, to the Senator's question through you, Chairwoman, to the Senator. So we did a number of things too, right? So we focused, to Jim's point, with those redevelopment dollar funds, the education set-aside funds. We got the call from the Clark County School District early on, right? We all went home March 15th when the shutdown happened in 2020, and we got the calls a couple of weeks later when we knew schools weren't in session and students were learning from home with no resources to do so. So we made an effort to give the Clark County School District $2 million from those set-aside funds for specifically those areas for digital learning. So broadband access and you know, through MiFis or other ways, and also you know, Chromebooks and that sort of thing. The other thing that's not necessarily ARPA dollars, but to focus on that area, we are beginning a project on Boulder Highway through a federal infra grant, some other federal dollars, and some NDOT funding to refurbish that 7.5 miles of Boulder Highway in that area all the way up through Maryland Parkway in order to make it more walkable, make it safer, to give better bus access, because we know residents in those areas, you know, really frequently cross that very dangerous road, and looking to make it safer and more accessible for all of our residents. So I just wanted to add that to answer your question.
So just quick, are you guys doing a workforce inroads into that area? I mean, I only know this because I've spent way too much time on Lake Mead, like a lot. And it is a distinct poverty. And during COVID, I remember mentioning this to Walgreens, that they were closing early in general, but they were having a serious amount of thefts and other things that were going on, which is an indication of poverty, right? I don't have enough money to pay for it, therefore I'm going to steal it. Not necessarily the opportunity, but when you look at the population, that particular population is, you know, there's some minorities mixed in, but you can tell because they walk. They don't drive. They walk Lake Mead to get to that Walmart, to get to that Panda Express or anything that's over there. And then there's the 7-Eleven. Actually, the 7-Eleven is the closest to versus the Walmart. And I know you guys just built the Smith Food King, which was long coming, right? Everybody was like, yay, oh my God, I got a Smith Food King. Oh my God. But seriously, like I think you guys need to do a better job of having either a care team that goes into those neighborhoods to actually give resources and services.
If I may, Madam Chair, through you to the Senator, I know one of the components when we talk about mental health, and I am not the Community Development Department, and I know that neighborhood is one that they focus very heavily on. We do understand that they don't always have access to transportation, and one of the things that has been considered as a mobile provider in terms of services that could be provided in any way, that area is considered a food desert prior to the Smith's Food King being built. Whatever we could to do to bring what we call the veggie the buck truck, where we could bring fresh vegetables to those areas mobily. And we're also looking at however we can provide some sort of mobile services when it comes to wellness or mental health. But those are not services that the city has historically provided. We are just entering that space, and we really need the assistance of our third-party nonprofits to help us here.
Additional questions here? So I know that area that Senator is talking about, and because many years ago I did my student teaching at CT Sewell, and that area, of course, that was long before the 215. That was, Boulder Highway was the only way out there, and I feel like that area has always kind of been a forgotten little circle, even back then. So I appreciate that, and I also appreciate what you did with child care during the COVID shutdown, because I think that was a really important piece that helped a lot of people, and you stepped up to do that. So thank you. Up north, do we have any questions, Senator, Assemblywoman?
No, thanks.
Okay, seeing none, then we'll let you off the hot seat, and we will go to the city of Reno. If
Thank you
will
so
join
much for
us.
the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. This is Callie Wilsey with the City of Reno. I am the Government Affairs Administrator for the city. I'm happy to be here today to provide this update. Just before we get started, since we are sharing a PowerPoint with our colleagues in the South, I have it pulled up here, but somebody may need to advance it down there as well as we are going through. I'm not 100% sure how that technology will work in between, so thank you. As we take a look at the City of Reno's financial information, you're going to see a lot of the same trends that you have heard from other jurisdictions today. This pie chart here is looking at our general fund revenues for FY23, what we are projecting, in total $269 million approximately. And similar to those other jurisdictions, C-tax and property tax are the two biggest components of our general fund, with 38% of our general fund being driven by C-tax and 26% being driven by property tax. When we take a look at our expenditures, we look at them two different ways. First, salaries and benefits really take up the majority of our expenditures, with 78% of our general fund budget going to salaries and benefits, with 17% going to services and supplies to care for different contracts, supplies to operate our programs, and our debt service is around 2% for next year. We also look at our expenditures from a functional standpoint, and public safety represents about 58% of our budget for the City of Reno. That would be our police department as well as our fire department. The next piece of this pie that you are looking at is for general government, and this is going to include HR and finance and IT, kind of the behind-the-scenes departments that are helping all the operations of the other departments within the city. We also fund out of the general fund our parks and recreational programs. A portion of our public works, however, similar to some other jurisdictions, we have street funds and a sewer fund that pays for the majority of our folks there. Reno Municipal Court is in here, as well as community support, which includes some of our development services, as well as code enforcement and other programs throughout the city. How we're going to spend these funds is really going to be driven by the City of Reno's priorities, which you can see here on the slide. These are driven by fiscal sustainability, public safety, economic opportunity as we look at homelessness in our community and affordable housing, economic and community development. The city is experiencing an extreme period of growth, and we know that we need to focus on providing efficient services as well as ensuring infrastructure is available as our city continues to grow. That leads me to the next bullet, as well as ensuring our arts, parks, and historical resources are funded appropriately, as we've heard from our community that those are priorities. When we look at the American Rescue Plan Act, the City of Reno was awarded $51.5 million, and the city has really focused for the first portion on the first half allocation plan of that. 53% of that went to affordable housing. And we've identified several projects that money is going to go towards, including partnering with several of our organizations in our community, such as Reno Housing Authority, to build a new 12-unit building that will provide units that are 30% and below AMI. We're partnering with the Community Housing Land Trust to build an additional 96 units on a phase 2, which we call Village at Sage Street. Phase 1 was very successful, and we are looking forward to building out that second phase of this project. We're also partnering with Volunteers of America to convert 35 motels to permanent units. As we work our way down that list, Parks and Recreation is also a priority that we heard from the community when we went out in the fall to learn what our community felt was priorities for these dollars. Affordable housing was clearly one that we heard a lot about, and Parks and Recreation came in second. And this is a consistent theme that we are hearing from City of Reno residents as a part of our master plan. We've heard the need to continue to maintain and the value of open space. And so we are putting good portion of the ARPA dollars towards parks and recreation to build some additional new fields, as well as make accessibility and trail improvements to our existing parks. And with that, I am happy to answer questions on any of the budget information.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Senator Neal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to know about the affordable housing, the tiny houses that you guys developed, which I know were, they were meant to be affordable, but they're not. And so have you guys actually attempted to do more of that, or have you guys limited that activity?
Thank you very much for the question, Madam Chair, through you to Senator Neal. Senator, I believe you're talking about a private development that was around tiny houses, and you are correct, that was more around market rate. I think some of the projects that you're hearing about today, like the Village at Stage Street, is a dorm-style project that has been really successful. When we launched Phase 1, it was 216 units. It's been 100% occupied since then. It's offering rents around $400 a month, which is really supposed to target our folks who are on Social Security and disability and don't or are operating or receiving incomes around minimum wage. So I think it's probably two different things that we're talking about, but the dollars we are talking about are kind of going to some tiny homes, but they're more income restricted rather than market rate.
Assemblywoman Brown-May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really just have a comment. I would like to commend your efforts relative to accessibility in your open door, in your outside spaces. I know that there's been a very focused effort on rehabbing some of those parks and rec restrooms to ensure accessibility for all people. And so mobility issues that have previously existed throughout your community are now being addressed in a different way. So I just want to congratulate you on that effort.
Additional questions here. Assemblywoman and Senator up north.
I'm good, thank you.
We're good, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, City of Reno. Happy to have you here today. Thank you very much. Next is City of Sparks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jeff Kronk. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the City of Sparks. Thank you for your time today. I'll try to keep my comments brief and respect your time, but certainly open up to any questions you may have. Some of these will look similar and familiar because I think a lot of the trends and a lot of the issues that you're going to see amongst the city will certainly look familiar, and I just wanted to kind of highlight a few of them. So just jumping right into the slides, the first one there is just a pie chart, if you will, of our general fund revenues, which total $94.5 million for our upcoming fiscal 23 budget cycle. And again, as you've heard before, the mix is fairly similar to the other cities in that our largest piece of that pie is consolidated and fair share taxes of $42.5 million or 45%, followed by property taxes at $29.7 million or 31%, and then license and permits, which again is similar to the other agencies at $17.1 million, 18%. I call those the big three. Those three general fund areas comprise well over 90% and of our total general fund revenues. And as we're looking forward to this next year, it's not changing. It's going to be 94% next year. So we spend a lot of time on those areas, as may be appropriate. The next slide, I wanted to just show you kind of a different aspect, if you will, give you a little historical look and some context, if you will. It's the same general fund sources of revenue, but I just wanted to show you how we've been comparing over the years as we've emerged from the recession over the past, say, 10 years or so. But really, the main takeaway I wanted to give you from this particular slide is how what the type of revenues that we're relying on, and they're changing. And not to steal some thunder from later comments, but it's an area that's keeping me up at night a little bit. So as as I look back, roughly 10 years ago, there was an equal amount of reliance on property taxes and consolidated taxes. And then as you fast forward 10 years, that you can see how that's progressed such that consolidated taxes takes up quite a bit more of our revenue streams as a matter of reliance and not so much on property taxes. So that has changed from 36% for each, some 10 years ago to now 45% for consolidated taxes and 31% for property taxes. The reason I bring that up to you is because it is, the consolidated tax is a more volatile revenue stream. So as, if you look forward into the murky years, as who knows what's going to happen in the next year or 2 or 3 or 4, however that plays out. But if we were to experience another downturn, the consolidated taxes is the area that we would see significant impact first. Property taxes does have a little bit more stability to it, just based on how the structure of that calculation and how that revenue source comes in. But consolidated taxes, which is primarily sales taxes, is directly responsive to the economy, more reactive, if you will. So that is an area, as that grows in importance, it's an area that is concerning for us. Where we spend the funds, very similar. We're a full-service city. This next chart is just looking at, again, our general fund expenditures for fiscal 23 totals $94.5 million. And this is both a kind of a departmental and functional look, if you will. Police and fire, fully functioning departments and services there take up the vast majority of our revenues that we allocate to our expenditures there. And you'll notice we have a 5-year, very consistent trend that we allocate our expenses to our police and fire departments at about 2/3 of all the revenues that come in and that we expend go towards our police and fire public safety functions. Following that, the third largest category, if you will, is our community services. That's primarily our public works function, also our parks and rec maintenance type services that we have. And then we get into some administrative functions in our management services and financial services, which entail HR and accounting and budgeting and information technology. And then just kind of rounding out the picture there is our municipal court, city attorney, and mayor and city council. And then I just kind of wanted to end my comments today on how we're planning to spend our ARPA funds. The City of Sparks was allocated $16.2 million. We received the first tranche of that, and we're going to be getting the second tranche of that, the next half of it here in the coming weeks. So our City Council actually just approved, just this last week, a conceptual framework, if you will, for how to finish spending those funds out. And they wanted to take a slower approach to this purposely. We learned some lessons when we got the CARES Fund in that was pretty rushed, and we saw some successes and then some areas that had more limited success. So we decided we wanted to take this more of a slower approach and be more strategic in how we're approaching this now that we've got a few more years to spend it in comparison to how CARES was administered. So the conceptual framework, again, that our council has just recently approved was the vast majority is going to be in public health measures and what we're calling supplies and infrastructure. Public health being about 49% of the overall plan spending. And I do have to kind of, I guess before I get into the details, couch it that some of the areas that we've specifically identified are areas that we plan to address, and so we still have yet to reach out to our community partners and some of the application process. But this is kind of the mix that our council would like to see these resources spent in our community. So the public health measures, a large majority of that is actually, you heard that in the county's presentation related to the Nevada Cares campus. We want to help fund with our regional partners, take partnership with Reno and Washoe County to help fund the Nevada Cares campus. And other medical facilities like Nevada Hopes that you had heard before. The second biggest piece of this is supplies and infrastructure, and that's areas that we're going to be funding mostly out of our lost revenue general fund component that we have a little bit more flexibility on. And we have some public safety infrastructure that we need to address, specifically a new fire station that in order to improve our response times. That's been needed for some years. And then rounding out the conceptual spending plan is 5% for business assistance, 4% for households, and then 1% for employees, which, basically means us, like a lot of other organizations, businesses around the nation, are having a hard time attracting and retaining employees. So we're trying to address that to the extent that we can. So again, I wanted to keep my comments limited, and that's the extent of my comments, but I'm certainly available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for that information. Questions from the committee? And up north.
Quick question, if I may.
Please go ahead.
I don't have the slides in front of me. I do have a little one on my iPad that I can't actually read. It's so small. But so can you just expand a little on what you meant in the last comment about the portion that goes to households? What does that mean?
Madam Chair, this is Jeff Kronk, Chief Financial Officer for the city. I'm sorry, could I have the question repeated? I couldn't quite hear that.
In the last thing that you talked about, the ARPA funds that, one of the things you mentioned was households that a small portion is going to, unless I misheard you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can you expand on that as to what that means, households?
Yes, absolutely. I'd be happy to. Thanks for repeating the question, Madam Chair, through you to the Assemblyman. Households is really we're looking for to address kind of three different areas. One, childcare services, which is something that is we have a lot of services in our Parks and Rec department, after school and summer programs. We're also looking to address some senior citizen issues and direct food assistance. We're hoping to partner with the Nevada Food Bank in order to accomplish that. So that's the section that we're immediately looking at. But again, my caveat to that is that, again, we're just starting that process. So we still need to reach out to our community partners and see, exactly where they're looking to can best use those funds.
Sounds good. Thanks for that explanation. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Gocochea, any comments?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much. And seeing no more questions, thank you very much, Mr. Kronk, for being here, and we appreciate your time. Mr. Hillerby, good to see you. And we'll go to Senator Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Warren Hardy, representing the Irwin Consortium. I wanted to just, as I talked about earlier, that our working title of this slide was the thing that are keeping us up at night. And as I mentioned at the beginning, the reason for the consortium is for us to be more direct, more specific, more distilled in bringing issues forward. So when we asked our folks at our individual cities to let us know what's concerning them for the next year, this is a list they came up with. Everybody across the board mentioned the immediate national economic outlook, the uncertainty that's occurring in the economy right now, pretty much across the board. Although the underlying principles of the economy seem to be strong, we're still seeing increase in inflation to deal with the money that was influxed into the economy with COVID. In addition, we're concerned about, just like everybody else, we're concerned about the issue of supply chain, employment. There seems to be some indication that we're maybe already in a recession and maybe moving towards stagflation. So this is something that's keeping us up at night. As Mr. Kronk mentioned, this increased reliance on consolidated tax. Not that there's anything wrong with a consolidated tax, but it is a less stable tax that could be very problematic if we are to go into that economic downturn. And I should indicate, we're not asking you to do anything here. We're not looking for suggestions. We're just telling you what we're thinking about, because a lot of these things are, I think, there's collective solutions. Also, the cost related to employee and retiree benefits is increasing. This is not a problem because it's increasing in and of itself. It's a problem because we have to provide these benefits for our employees. We already struggle to try to compete with the private sector in a lot of cases, and benefits in particular are one of the main issues we have that attracts workers. And so as the costs related to that those go up, cutting those are really not an option. So we've got to figure out a collective way to be competitive in the workplace for our employees and those that we ask to get involved in local government service as a career. The workers' comp is another issue, and I sort of pulled that out. It sort of fits under that employee retirement benefit tranche, but that we've seen a significant increase in the cost of workers' compensation, and really want to bring that in front of the legislature for some help in how to address. I think you can see from the presentations that one of the main concerns is affordable housing. I would add to that. I don't know really how to say it otherwise, but affordable housing and housing affordability. We're sort of entering a stage in Nevada where housing's not very affordable for anybody, and the price is going up, and the challenges of folks to try to keep up with that. And then finally, one of the things we're really hearing on the street from our constituents is mental health. The federal government estimates that depression and those sorts of things are up 25% since COVID. And we all know that this is an issue we collectively struggle with. And so we really want it. Again, we're not looking for solutions. We're not looking for answers from you. We're just letting you know that I think we're probably thinking about the same things you're thinking about as legislators. And as these issues come before the legislature, and as you start thinking about them going into the legislative session, we want to be a partner in coming up with the solutions on this. And that's, again, the reason we put the consortium together, to make it easier for you as our state legislators to work with us as local governments. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any global questions. I've got a lot of people behind me that have the answers.
Always good to have backup. Assemblywoman Torres.
So can you just put into context the workers' compensation statement? Because there was nothing provided from any of the cities about workers' compensation being the major issue. So if you could just kind of explain that a little bit more.
I'd be happy to. We're seeing an increase in permanent partial disability as a impact on our costs related to that. And what I can do, I think it might be more helpful to the committee. This is what I got when I asked. I got almost a page. If it pleases the chair, I'd like to put together some documentation on that to give you specifics, Madam Chair, to Assemblywoman Torres, so that you get the full picture. The point here is that it's becoming an increasing amount of our overall budget. And a lot of that has to do with bills that have been passed in the last 10 years in the legislature. And I'd be happy to provide a document that ties that all together rather than sort of fumbling through it here.
Thank you very much.
That pleases the chair and the Assemblywoman.
Yes.
I want to make sure I get you a complete answer on that.
Thank you. Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to touch on the two statements: the increased reliance on consolidated tax. And so I don't know if the conversations are still going. I know during the last session we had the conversation around, modernization of the sales tax and digital goods, and there was a conversation with local governments and showing them charts on how, if you do X and you do Y, this will be the benefit that will come through. Not only just the C-tax bucket, but also just in terms of stabilization of revenue. And so are there continued at least buzz or conversation around modernizing our sales tax?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Neal brings up an excellent point, and it's a conversation that she and I have had. And I've been at this for a little over 30 years. And when I first got involved as a member of the Assembly, the first document I read was a study called the Price Waterhouse study that was published in 1989, I think, Jared, if memory serves. And the legislature I served in when I was first elected went on to pretty much ignore it. And so we have not done a comprehensive, to your point, Senator Neal, we have not done a comprehensive study to make sure our tax structure matches our revenue structure or matches our economy. And Senator Neal, as you reached out and tried to address that with the digital good tax, that's frontline stuff, right? But you also have the fuel tax with electric fuels. So the answer to your question is that on our side, there's a massive recognition that our tax structure is outdated and needs to be modernized. And we're working with the private sector to try to get somebody to help fund and establish a study that is not pushed by political ideas or pushed by political agendas, but takes a hard look at where we stand in terms of our revenue structure. And so we hope to be able to, working with our private partners in the private sector, be able to present something to the next legislature that does just that, to look at options for modernizing. We won't really look at how we spend it. We won't. Those are issues that the legislature will decide. We just want to be able to provide the information, so when you touch here and the ripple goes out, how it goes out, which we learned in the discussion on your digital goods tax. But that's the tip of the arrow with what we're talking about, and that illustrated, I think, better than we ever could have, the work you tried to do on that during session. That illustrated the problem as well as anything, and specific to the local governments is the consolidated tax. But you're right, it's a problem across the board that we can no longer ignore.
Any additional questions down here? Okay, I think that's it.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you very
Chairman.
much, and thank you for being here. And we will ask our next presenters, City of North Las Vegas, to join us. Mr. Hartee. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Government Affairs Committee. For the record, my name is Leonardo Benavides, Government Affairs Manager, and like my colleagues, it's great to be here in person, although it's not my first time in a while. Just a little over a month ago, I actually came for the Interim Education Committee to come and speak to your colleagues as well, but always good to see more of your faces. With me today is Mr. William Hartee, our Chief Financial Officer from the City of North Las Vegas. So today in the presentation, we're going to give a little bit overview of what we're doing in the ARPA dollars, and then Mr. Hartee will close it out, talk a little bit more about the budget numbers. We're sorry we don't have a little bit more detailed information on the presentation and pie graphs as such, but we are willing to provide that information afterwards for the council, for the legislature in greater detail. So in expending and allocating the funding for ARPA dollars, COVID-19 had a huge effect on the city of North Las Vegas back when we had a statewide shutdown. We were looking at the highest unemployment rate at around 30%, as well as some of the gravest education inequalities in the state. Due to such negative effects on the day-to-day lives of the citizens of the city endeavored to deploy CARES dollars by putting the majority of it directly into the hands of residents and businesses. And the same is true for the deployment of ARPA funds. With the limited amount of dollars we're receiving, we're also trying to be super strategic and stretch the dollars to make the greatest impact possible to our community. The City of North Las Vegas strive to gather meaningful community engagement in order to appropriate the SLFRF funding to meet the needs of our constituents. This included an online survey both in English and Spanish, as well as public forums in each of our wards, among other methods. Based on this extensive community feedback, the city carved ARPA into 4 buckets for deployment. $9 million in assisting families, workers, and businesses impacted by COVID-19, $9 million in addressing educational disparities, $15 million in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, and $13 million in sustaining and enhancing government services. Each of these strategic investments align to 3 overarching goals for the City of North Las Vegas: identify and meet the needs of the North Las Vegas families, workers, and businesses impacted by COVID-19 and its effect on public and economic health, invest in eligible products with clear and measurable long-term benefits to the city's residents in the areas of education, workforce business development, and resident quality of life, and endure an equitable recovery through targeted community engagement, intentional program design, and strategic investment in historically disadvantaged subgroups, especially those disproportionately affected by the pandemic. In our first bucket, the City of North Las Vegas, in a partnership with the UNLV Small Business Development Center, we launched the City of North Las Vegas Small Business Connector at City Hall, which has provided technical support, workforce development incentives, and working capital to more than 400 women and minority-owned businesses since its launch this past October. A second little component here in this bucket is the NLV Cares Community Grant Program, where nonprofits and community organizations will be invited to submit applications for funding for various eligible projects. Priorities will be given to projects that align to the city's input session relating around education, economic developments and job creation, public health, and housing. A panel of city leaders and community stakeholders will be able to score these submissions to the city, with the council having final approval. That application is still being worked on as we speak. On the second budget, addressing educational disparities, one thing that has been done educational inequities have been top of mind for the city. When COVID shut down, remote learning had a drastic effect on many of our students, and especially in our hardest hit communities in North Las Vegas. That is why the city worked together to create the Southern Nevada Urban Micro Academy to help address some of the learning gaps that our students were facing during this remote learning period. With this funding, $400,000 was committed in order to make sure the school would last for SNUMA for the 2021-2022 school year in order to address those learning gaps. In regards to the rest of the money in that bucket, the city will continue to commit itself in addressing educational disparities. We have recently formed the Educational Advisory Committee and have also had quarterly meetings with principals in North Las Vegas schools in order to explore how these dollars can best be leveraged while not doubling the efforts of the school district and their ESSER funding in order to fill the critical gaps in our community. As we start to see where the school district's allocation starts to fall, we'll be able to pivot faster in order to fill gaps affecting North Las Vegas students and schools where possible. For water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure in the $15 million, we have earmarked $15 million as a match for the regional EDA Build Back Better grant to increase our competitiveness and complete the Apex water infrastructure for Southern Nevada economy. The addition of this third phase project to the city's water line can dramatically jumpstart development in the northern areas of Apex to make economic diversity and increase of quality jobs to the region a reality in the near term. The project will accelerate development of Apex by creating a temporary water supply line to support general and advanced manufacturing business by providing necessary water infrastructure in the short term. With support for Apex, we could be looking at about 70,000 jobs created over a 20-year period, direct and indirect, and about $7.5 billion of economic impact on investment. One other thing I would like to address pertaining to what happens federally or not in regards to this grant. We are looking as well as we're working with the Governor's Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology, as the digital divide has been something that's greatly affected our students throughout North Las Vegas as well as for many communities. This has been laid bare to the pandemic through the need for widespread connectivity. However, thanks to short-term programs right now like the FCC's Emergency Connectivity Fund, Emergency Broadband Benefit, and Connecting Minority Communities, the city is currently waiting to allocate any resources towards broadband infrastructure at this time. But that being said, work on providing every resident with access to reliable high-speed internet continues, and on top of taking advantage of these programs, we will continue to work with OSED to see where we can map these gaps in order to provide services. And on the fourth and final bucket, sustaining and enhancing government services. The city leadership is working closely with staff to identify essential city services that were reduced or eliminated from the prior budgets due to COVID-related concerns. As we analyze a role in an equitable and strong economic recovery. These projects are to be aligned with the results from various public forums that we mentioned earlier in order to best support the strategic framework for the recovery plan. These can include parks, recreations, and trails projects to develop and execute a future vision in our communities, public works projects to improve roadways, walkways, infrastructure, and increase traffic and pedestrian safety, and investment in public safety, including critical North Las Vegas Fire Department and North Las Vegas Police Department infrastructure, equipment, and programming to keep our residents safe and healthy. Next, I will introduce Mr. Hardy to go over some of our budget numbers.
Good afternoon. Will Hardy, Chief Financial Officer for the city. Again, I want to apologize for the brevity of the budget material that we have. We figured with a number of people on the agenda that we would spend most of our time talking about ARPA, but we do have a slide here just to review briefly the 2023 budget presentation that we provided to council last month. We do have a presentation that we can provide you after the meeting if you'd like, but a couple of the highlights. Total appropriations for the city for the fiscal year 2023 total more than $800 million. That's excluding depreciation. And also, I want you to know that the city is growing. We did, the budget anticipates adding 129 new positions for community support. And of course, our plan keeps us compliant with all the responsibilities that we have to reduce PILT and the reliance on that. Again, we have all the information. Again, we want to be 100% transparent, so if there's any questions on the budget, we do have that presentation to provide you after the meeting. And with that, we are available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? Assemblywoman, we'll let Assemblywoman Torres go first.
I'll get started, then I know Senator Neal has some additional questions, probably along some of the same topics as I do. So I first want to go ahead and take a look at, it's on page 3 of my slides, but we're addressing educational disparities. It says that there are $9 million investment into the educational disparities, but only $400K is covered by the SNUMA. So can you talk about how the other investments were made, and can we get a more specific breakdown?
Leonardo Benavides for the record, Chair through you to Assemblywoman Torres. Yes, the other $9 million investment has not been earmarked for any particular program yet. This is an ongoing discussion point right now, as I mentioned, both with the Education Advisory Committee that was just formed, as well as principals in throughout the city. I believe the Education Advisory Committee will actually be asking for sort of some data sets and research as to what areas we can be looking at. But I know some of the concerns that we've been hearing from our principals and things that we could be looking and hopefully potentially partner with a school district involve concerns around absenteeism, trying to also have more family engagement in our schools. So those are good continuing conversations. But as I mentioned earlier, we are pivoting, so nothing has been particularly earmarked on that big amount yet.
Okay, and I have a couple questions about the Micro Academy, if I may, Chair. Thank you. I have some concerns at the Micro Academy because I want to know who they are presenting their outcomes to, who's kind of overseeing this. I mean, traditionally, with even the public charter schools are reporting to the charter authority, and this Micro Academy is not reporting to anyone. The students are labeled as homeschooled, but they're not homeschools. They're under this Micro Academy. And then I want to understand how we're measuring the student success. How are you measuring their data? What did their data look like when they were coming in? What does it look like when they're leaving? What accountability reports is the Micro Academy providing for the city and then for the rest of us? Because any public school here in the state of Nevada has accountability reports. And I don't see any type of accountability report that this group would then have to create. And that's an issue for me because we're investing public funds into this program, and I just want to make sure that that this is a program that actually makes sense for students and isn't going to leave students worse off.
Will Hardy, through you, Madam Chair, to this Assemblywoman. Just want to make it clear, when the pandemic hit, the city management got together and decided what really needs to be done. And with the closing of the schools, we really thought that this was the best way to spend public funds, was to assist in this area. To your point, we did not open a charter school. We did not apply for a charter. We did not go down that route. This was trying to provide services that weren't being provided in other ways, or to supplement services that were already being provided. And to your point, we didn't open up a charter. It is not responsible to the charter authority. It was intended to be a short-term solution to an immediate problem.
And I just want to be clear that this is an academy that's still operating today.
Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Torres, Leonardo Benavides, for the record, yes, it is operating through the school year, but as it fulfilled its purpose, we are intending to not return it for the 2022-2023 school year.
Senator Neal, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. When did you guys, I have to follow up on this. When did you guys decide not to continue this? And I guess I asked this question because I kind of threw a really big fit over the fact that it was ongoing right now. And I was pretty much told, suck it up. We're going to continue to do this. And it was actually from one of your council people who I had the argument with. But, so now you're not going to do it?
Leonardo Benavides, for the record, through the chair to Senator Neal. I'm not privy to when the exact moment. All as I'm aware is that right now teachers have been and families have been notified that we will not be returning for the next year, just actually in the last couple of weeks.
Okay. Because the teachers were, they weren't licensed under NDE. They were a part of some other program. That's what my understanding was. And so now they're just going to dissipate. And then how do you roll the kids back in? Because in order to create this, you had to make the parents opt out of CCSD to become homeschooled. So now the parents need to reverse their action, which is to now re-enroll back into CCSD and say they no longer want to be homeschooled. And how is their data going to be then transferred to the elementary or middle school or high school to show their academic record and everything else that was associated with the school while they were participating? Because you have to then transfer records over so that the teachers know who they're getting and what was their academic achievements while they were within this program.
Will Hardy, Madam Chair, to the Senator, just want to thank you for the question. These are good questions, and absolutely these are things that are going to need to be worked out. I know that we have engaged with parent ambassadors to reach out to every single parent of every single SUMA student to help them with this transition. I know that we have been gathering data and we have been keeping data throughout this process. I know that they have been doing testing, and there is I don't know the extent we can get it for you of the data that we have, but we are working through parent ambassadors to help every single family with this transition.
Okay. So we definitely need to talk offline. So whatever data you guys have and any family engagement that you guys plan on doing, being that CCSD has money for family engagement, I don't think you should be expending any dollars on that. And you certainly shouldn't be expending any dollars on absenteeism when we've put a lot of money into truancy and absenteeism and other pots of money that you should be accessing. You should be coordinating with the county, number one, if you are engaging in this practice. And so I want you guys to be wise and not spend money when there's money out there, right? ESSER 3 is only I think 23% of it has been spent. So there's still opportunity to, number one, work and try to get some of because they have stuff for truancy and absenteeism. Anyway, I'm going to leave that right there because I really want to ask you guys about the economic development, because you guys list the economic development opportunities that you guys have been engaging in. And you guys have, and this is going to be a compliment and a criticism. Great what you've been doing. I've seen the change, but what I have not seen is the the way that the planning works. Like, like on Craig, right? So we got the Dutch Bros to counter the Dunkin' Donuts, and that's wonderful, right? But the question is, now there's another Dutch Bros within 2 miles. So one's right on Revere and Camino al Norte, and then you're getting ready to put another Dutch Bros like right by the cannery. So it's like, how many Dutch Bros do you need, and how many car washes do you need? I mean, because at the end of the day, it's like a duplicate for the same exact population. And so I'm just wondering, like, when do you guys go and survey the community or do a detailed plan around, is this appropriate for what you're building the space for? Because why do you need 2 of the same thing on the same street? You know what I'm saying? And then there's like I think on Craig, there might be at least 6 car washes. And I'm saying to myself, unless we all, in the universe of, driving, we're all, the 275,000 people are just, hey, I love the car wash at Craig. I'm washing my car every day, and that's what I need. Is that really a needed economic development? Is that truly diversifying our economy within North Las Vegas and allowing quality work and high wage? Because I see a lot of high schoolers that work there, which is awesome, because that's a population we need to serve, and we need to make sure that they work. But what about the future, right? Nobody wants to, there's no retirement plan at the car wash. So what are we doing for our young people to allow them to get skills to then translate their life into an adult that can pay for themselves and then have a quality retirement? I don't see a lot of those blended options, right? I'm not saying don't do the Dutch Bros, but at least have the other as well.
Leonardo Benavides, through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Neal. Just a quick first clarification before we answer that. I just want to make it clear on the $8 million on education, nothing has been encumbered yet. That is, as you mentioned, we're trying to be strategic. We're trying to see what the district is. We're trying to work with our partners. Some of those things I mentioned, absenteeism and that, this is just the concerns that we're seeing from our principals, right? And so we're definitely trying to have more conversations with our school district and our partners throughout here in the Valley in regards to how to make sure that we're not doubling efforts or we're not putting money where we should be, right? So those are ongoing conversations on that end. In regards to economic development, a lot of that is decisions made by private sector industries and their studies they're making in regards to outreach to the youth and the blended education. There's definitely an ongoing in our communications department in trying to reach out in order for any opportunities for them, trying to make sure that anything that be of interest is out there in the community. And I think I might have missed part of your question. My apologies.
The actual diversification, right? I mean, if you've been in the streets, which I'm constantly in it, every meeting I go to, people are complaining about the warehousing, that there's too much warehousing that you're doing, that there are empty commercial space that was there pre-COVID. Then the way that you're developing the commercial retail space is actually not conducive to variety, or it's not diversified. It's like if you're listening to private sector and private sector is saying, hey, we need 3 coffee places on Craig, then somebody's lying and milking the cow, right? At the end of the day, the city does have the power to say, actually, we don't need another coffee place. Matter of fact, we're fresh out on all these car washes. So it's not private sector, because you don't give your power to private sector. You're a city that's supposed to be responsive to its citizens and what they're actually saying they need. You guys put businesses up and there is no alignment to workforce whatsoever. This recent activity that you just started with Workforce Connections happened when the connector came in. But prior to that moment, there was no alignment to the workforce opportunity to the building that was going up. There was no actual outreach. I mean, this is a fact. This is not random. I drive around all the time and I'm like, oh, there's Bighorn Law Firm. Where did they come from? Literally, they were just there. I never see a sign. I never see anything that come through the millions of emails that North Las Vegas puts out. And I will admit, in the past 3 months, you guys have been like the most emailing city that I've ever ran into. You're just like, oh, the Blues Festival, the Children's Craft, paint your face. But that's all been in the past 3 months. And it's not COVID. It is because you weren't doing it before COVID. And you can't tell me it's a money problem because I watch your money all the time. So it was 2019, 2018. These were not activities that you were performing in. And so I know you guys are new because I've never met you, Mr. Hardy, and I know Leo just came from CCSD, but I'm going to just get off my gripe session. But seriously, you guys need to do a better job of actually listening to what the actual citizens say that they want and give it to them, right? Not this random political foolishness that's going on right now. And it's just like, well, they're complaining, so let's look good in the moment. No, long-term planning.
If I may, Madam Chair, through you, I appreciate both the criticism and the I believe there was a compliment in there as well. I appreciate that. As the CFO, I really appreciate the work that's being done with our economic development team, both downtown and up at Apex. I'm already seeing the diversification in our revenues because of the things that they've done long ago that perhaps we're just barely seeing the impact now. And I understand and I appreciate that sometimes we don't see it when it's happening, we see it after the fact. I know that we have a very active planning commission that works very closely with council. In our last council meeting, I know that they turned down a business that wanted to be yet another liquor store next to another liquor store. And so in terms of being mindful of that when they approving business licensing and such, I know that our council is very mindful of that and at least attempting to listen to the constituents. And like I said, I think that what they're doing with the downtown redevelopment area, I'm already seeing the revenues diversify the way that because the decision's been made in years past.
And then if I may add, Lenora Benavides for the record, there's been a lot of work in place over the years to try to bring that economic diversification, to make North Las Vegas the place you want to go, where you have your options for your shopping and your eating and your dining. And so a lot of that includes conversations with our citizens, including inviting them to our public forums and understanding, that there are certain things that don't make sense for what we want to be as a growing, vibrant city, as Mr. Hardy here mentioned. And so a lot of that work is really starting to bloom, and it's really starting to come together. A lot of the excitement with what's happening with Apex, what's happening with that medical campus, with what we're trying to do in the Lake Mead area downtown, definitely trying to switch, change how people see North Las Vegas and its citizens to be able to experience more different businesses serving and catering their every needs.
Are you good? Okay. Any additional questions, comments? Up north, Senator and Assemblywoman.
Just one quick one, and I don't want to open anything, but this micro school, how many students are we talking? I don't really understand any of it.
Will Hardy, through you, Madam Chair. Less than 150. I know that the number has fluctuated. I believe we currently have less than 100, but I don't believe it ever went over 150.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think that's the question of the day, that I don't think anybody totally understands it, excepting what maybe we've read in the paper or heard. I am interested in the comment about it won't be continued for 2022-23. I think it's really important. I understand that you've told the parents, but I hope it was clear communication, because if they need to go back and enter themselves in the Clark County School District, it would behoove all of them not to do that on the day of school starts. So I hope that there was clear communication, because that would be a total disservice to the people who have needed that possibly. And now all of a sudden, boom, you're not a homeschooler anymore. You are actually a Clark County School District or a whatever school you decide to go to, whether it's a private school, charter school, or a public school. You've got to re-enter yourself somewhere. And so if the communication isn't clear, we could have a whole lot of families that are all of a sudden caught on the first day of school.
Madam Chair, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. Hopefully our efforts to try to serve the community, both with what we've done with the care, what we have done with the CARES dollars, with the ARPA dollars, even starting the SUMA, it speaks to our dedication to the community. So absolutely, I know the communication of that decision was very important to them, and I know that they're doing their best to handle that.
Thank you very much. All right. If we don't have any additional questions, then we'll let you off the hook. Thank you very much for being here today and for answering our questions. And with that, we will go to our second round of public comment. If you are listening online and would like to provide public comment, please call 669-900-6833. And the meeting ID is 894-7577-6428, and then press pound. Please remember to clearly state and spell your name, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. And the staff will be timing, and they will let you know. With that, we'll go to the phones, and BPS, if you're ready, please add the first caller.
To participate in public comment, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Caller, you are.
Hello, my name is. Hello, my name is Lilith Barron, Lilithbaran. I'm with the ACLU of Nevada. The ACLU is disturbed by some reports about what is going on at the CARES campus. It's important to understand that the creation of CARES, while maybe it was well-intentioned, is becoming more and more inhumane and used as a tool of enforcement against people engaging in life-sustaining activities throughout the city. These community members are being placed in a position where if they do not go to CARES, laws that shouldn't exist to criminalize poverty are being enforced against them. Lack of transparency from the county has made the public and advocacy groups reliant on whistleblowers. And as time goes by, we've received numerous intakes depicting assault, subpar conditions, suicides, overdoses, refusal to provide medical care, resulting in death, drug dealing, segregated environments, gender-based discrimination, and overall threats to safety and well-being. There's a stark difference between the reports given by the county and the things that are reported by medical professionals and former employees and people living inside. I've submitted 3 exhibits to the committee to better understand the conditions, including a recommendation report given by the consultant they hired, John DeCarmine, to evaluate the facility, who said at the time that they had less than half the staff needed to keep people safe, and flagging that there is no exit strategy into housing. There is no mention in the presentation today about any of these items or data to accurately depict recidivism, transfer to housing, and conditions, many of which were preventable and mentioned numerous times on the record by community members and experts before construction. It is simply unacceptable to refer to these things as growing pains. Even after CARES was constructed, we saw an increase in people who died from exposure in the elements, possibly because people chose to risk their lives over staying at CARES. These federal dollars should have been spent preventing the foreseen issues, using best practices with the large amount of money that has been spent to provide this subpar care. This would involve things like smaller, more adequate options, such as those seen at more successful shelter models. I trust that these issues will be taken seriously, and the committee asks for data delineated by group to usher in some accountability, as the most vulnerable are suffering and desperately need our help. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And next caller, please.
Chair, the public line is open and working, but there are no more callers.
Okay, thank you very much. And I inadvertently skipped by the people in the room, so I will jump back. And is there anybody here in Las Vegas who would like to make public comment? Is there anybody in Carson City who would like to make public comment?
We've got one person left, and they say no.
Okay, perfect, Senator. Thank you so much for being my eyes up there. All right, well, with that, if there are any comments from the committee?
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make you all feel really happy about living down south. It's 42 degrees and snowing in Sparks.
We saw that when we had a bad wind the other day that you got snow. So sorry to hear that, but we're down here where the weather is beautiful. So
you're lucky.
Drive safe. Assemblyman Flores, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say I know Mother's Day just passed, and I know in a lot of countries they celebrate Mother's Day today. So happy Mother's Day to all the mothers of the committee and those following along.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Any other committee comments? All right. Well, Assemblywoman and Senator, yes, sir.
Oh, I just got one question. Now, I saw a tentative. We're looking at, I think it's June 7th or something for the next meeting. I believe
sir.
I've got a conflict there.
Okay, we will confirm that with you as soon as we talk to staff. Okay?
All right. Thank you so
All
much.
right, thank you, and I appreciate everybody's time today. And with that, our meeting's adjourned, and we will confirm the next meeting date with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.